Of their man at the Cincinnati 45-yard line.
As heard right here on 92.3 The Fan, Browns beat the Bengals as Garrett breaks the old mark of 22.5 held by Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt. Now, the Browns got the win 2018 as Andre Schmidt had a 49-yard field goal as time expired, and the Browns close out the season with back-to-back wins for the first time since the 2023 campaign. Shedeur Sanders was 11 of 22, 111 yards, also ran for 26 yards, but did lose a fumble. Browns finished with back-to-back wins, 5-12 record. However, the status of head coach Kevin Stefanski is up in the air. Some have been reporting the Browns plan to move on from Stefanski after 6 seasons. Final decision about the two-time NFL Coach of the Year is expected at some point today. Last night in the AFC North, Steelers hang on, beat the Ravens 26-24. Baltimore rookie kicker Tyler Loop missed a 44-yard field goal as time expired. Steelers clinched the North, and they will take on the Houston Texans at home a week from tonight in the AFC Wild Card round. Cavaliers on Sunday lose to the Pistons 114-110. Donovan Mitchell with 30 points, but the Cavs had the 3-game winning streak snap. Cavs allowed the Pistons to score 47 points in the second quarter. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Catch Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin live on YouTube each and every weekday from 2 to 7 p.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Burrow has the ball. Back to throw. Here comes Miles. He gets it away. Ball knocked up in the air. It's picked off. Devin Bush is at the 20. He's at the 25. Devin Bush to midfield. Miles Garrett's his blocker. Bush cuts back to the left. Devin Bush is gone. Touchdown. Pick six. 97 yards. Burrow throws left. It's caught there by the tight end. Turning it upfield. Crossing the 45. Ball's out. Ball's picked up by the Browns. Running the other way. Sam Webb is into the end zone. And he's going to leap backwards with a flag as well. It's a scoop and score. Burrow to throw. Throws fade left side. Higgins finds it. Touchdown. Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. Here comes Miles. He got him. He got him. There it is. Miles Garrett. Sack number 23. The new single season sack king. And the Browns defense mobs their man at the Cincinnati 45-yard line. The snap, the hold, the kick to the uprights, and Andre Schmidt hits the kick. There's a flag.
It's going to be leverage on the Bengals.
Andre Schmidt's nailed a 49-yard field goal. Browns a winner today. 5-12 on the season. Disappointing. 20-18, a win today. Huge smiles all the way around.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I'm doing it.
Super Bowl! Super Browns! Yeah! And now we wait. Good morning to you. Audio courtesy of the UH Browns Radio Network. Hello.
If they're going to act like they won the Super Bowl yesterday in the locker room, we are going to act like they won the Super Bowl yesterday.
Hell yeah. Well, I think most of it was for Miles.
Yeah.
But obviously, a lot of people excited for Miles. The Cincinnati Bengals are not. But, we'll talk about that coming up here in a bit. So the waiting game begins. It's the off season. Hello, welcome to it. Hopefully you guys had a great holiday season. And now it's back to it. We have all the TV stations. They are in Berea right now, over in the visitors' lot. They got their cameras ready. We now begin the wait. There's been nothing announced. I don't think that anything's probably going to be. I would imagine things start coming out about 7:30, somewhere in there. They're early risers. I didn't think anything was going to happen last night. I don't know if you agree with this. I was like, well, if Miles breaks the record, I think they're going to let Miles have his day, and then we'll all come back and we'll talk about this. I do think there could be a possibility, which you laughed at a couple of months ago, about a month ago, when I said, well, if everybody's so excited about the guy and everybody wants the guy so bad, if they want Kevin Stefanski so bad, then hell, just try to trade him. Which everybody's going, what are you going to trade him for? And then Yahoo and Lock and Four and all these people are like, well, they could very well trade him to the Giants. It's like, well, wait a damn minute here. I don't know what you're going to trade him for, if there even is a trade that could be possible, but...
Yeah, like if you're the Giants, why would you just wait for him to get fired?
Well,
Do they think they're in a bidding war?
Maybe.
The guy that won 5 games
not.
This year?
You never know what them Falcons are going to do. You have no idea. So here we are. I did hear, and I want to know from people here, 216-474-0092, just to start it off. And we got a lot more about Miles coming up later in the show. Daryl's going to join us at 8:20 this morning. There is a lot to get into, obviously. I listened to the Postgame yesterday, and Jeff and Tyvis, they were taking a lot of calls, and there were a lot of people going, I was really down with letting go of Kevin Stefanski, and now I'm not so sure. And I'm like, well, now I know that this is an hour after they've won the game, and you've beaten 2 AFC North opponents, and 5-12 or 5-11 is better than whatever their record at 5-12 is better than 3-14. Certainly better than 3-14, but it's still not good. And winning, what is it now? 8-20, whatever it is, over the last couple of games, last couple of seasons. It's just not going to wash for a lot of folks out there. So I'll just come out and say it now. I would move on. I'm not sure who I'd replace him with because I'm not sure how much better next year is going to be, and I think we could be sitting here cussing out the new guy right off the rip. Now, I got the list of people who I might be comfortable with. I just don't know how many of those guys, given other opportunities, are going to take this job. Now, I haven't unsealed the list yet, but I have the list, yes.
Just open up the list real quick.
No, not until it's official. Not until it's official. I'm not opening up the list. Just like Paul Masson and Orson Welles, they will sell no wine before it's time. I will not open up the list before it's time. But I have the list. But just to be on record, I don't think you can run another year of this back. I know that everybody's basking in the afterglow of Miles and another win, and that was nice. But nothing replaces the contempt it seemed that the defense had for the offense and Kevin in his offensive ways. I think nothing can really replace the feelings that the fans have had. I mean, they've been through hell. Through no fault of their own, really. They've been through hell, and something is going to have to give. I don't think you can just run this back. But I do have several concerns about it where your situation is not a tremendously great situation. Now, there's some young players there. There's some nice pups. But something's going to have to give. I would move on. So just to be on record, there you go.
Yeah, well, I said I would have moved on from him last year. So
I know you did.
There's been zero to change my attitude or thought process behind that this year. I do think, it is kind of funny, like, for all the excuses that can be made for why, like, your quarterback play has been so abysmal and some of the worst in the league this year, no matter who's been behind center. You could turn around and make those exact same excuses for the head coach. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to do it because I just think, 6 years is 6 years. You've had enough time. Like, if this were Stefanski's first year, I think we'd be having a question about, is it one and done? But it's not. We've been here 6 years. I don't think there's much of a debate to be had, from this point forward. And I think obviously today, I do think like they're, unlike the Hugh Jackson years, they do have respect for Kevin and the way that he operates in that building and all that stuff. The fans listen to this. They don't care. I mean, it's a 5-win team this year. They won 4 games last year.
3.
And really,
they won 3, that many.
Like
everyone counts.
They won 8 games, and it feels like Myles Garrett is responsible for like at least 6 of those 8 wins, maybe all 8.
Yeah. In so many ways.
Nobody's going to feel bad for Kevin or any of that, especially considering that if you believe the reports out there, he is some right now be some coup for another team to get him. I'm not really understanding any of that. But it seems like he's going to be a head coach again. It's probably going to be this year. Like another team, it could be in a week. But it's just not going to be here, nor should it be here.
Do you think, let me ask you this, and I think I have asked you before, but just so even maybe people listen all the time. Do you believe he wants to be here? Kevin. See, I'm still not sure he even wants to be here.
Yeah, I don't know because instantly, like, you could make the argument that he could have a better spot elsewhere, like instantly, just considering that Deshaun is still in that building. They're going to have a quarterback competition of some sort next year. Yeah. Do you really want to go through that? If he were to go to the Giants, like, it seems like they've got their starter. They've got one of the best wide receivers. if you believe the analytics, like Abdul Carter was really, really good this year, even though the production and falling asleep in meetings doesn't help. Like, you could make the argument that instantly that's a better situation than here.
Well, I think you could easily make that argument that the situation there is easier.
Like he needs whoever's the coach here.
Well,
5 new offensive linemen. Like, you have so many.
That's
all
what I'm
new
saying.
wide receiver room.
That's what I'm saying. Now, there would be a part of me, because I just keep seeing these stories and, he'd be the most sought after guy. I mean, Schefter yesterday, he posted this 8-minute long clip, and there was a dozen. There were 12, it seemed, coaches that could possibly be gone during today. Now, one has already been let go, Raheem Morris, which is, oddly enough, they said they were leaning towards safe on ESPN for Raheem Morris, and then they fired him and the general manager, Terry Fontenot, after their game against the Saints, after their win against the Saints. But he mentions all these, he'd be the most sought-after guy in this coaching cycle had he be fired, and I'm thinking, man, if you're Kevin, is it going to be this? If you stayed another year, what do you think their record's going to January 5th, what do you think their record's going to be in 2026? Right off the tippy top of your head.
5-12.
Probably 5-12. So you've somehow been able to save your good name within NFL circles with all this. Do you think you could do it a third year in a row? I don't think you could. I mean, there comes a time, and there were a lot of diehard Stefanski people who during this season started to go, that Bears game, they kind of quit on him in, and there was a lot of different things where this doesn't make sense or that doesn't make sense. And then, with the entire cavalcade of everything going on with quarterbacks, and again, I still go back to what Tomlin said. I go back to what Vrabel said. You hear what some of these guys, you poke around the league where I'm going, this is interesting. I think that they're in their own way coming to Kevin's defense here. That's an interesting thing to me. So I thought, does he even want to be here? And frankly, I don't think he does. There's been so many of these different reports that have come out here over these last several months, after these last several weeks, couple of months, that says that he would be one of the first guys hired out of this cycle. He could be a head coach again next year. Okay, well, then maybe it's just better for a split, because if you look at the Giants situation compared to ours, yeah, they got a guy that a lot of people are excited about in Jackson Dart. He plays a little recklessly, but they're excited about Jackson Dart. There are some good young players with that football team. He would probably get to run the offense the way he actually wants to run the offense, come hell or high water, whether or not that's good or bad. That's all up to a Browns fan there. But that's part of the reason where it's like, hey, something's going to have to give here, and we can't keep reiterating the same message year in and year out and expecting different results. We have to find somebody to bring these guys along, because if we keep talking about the rookies that have played, and Logan Ryan highlighted the amount of snaps or the amount of starts that rookies have had with the Cleveland Browns, it's head and shoulders above the league, and how well the rookies have played.
It will be next year too, by the way.
I'm going to need a guy. Yes, I'm going to need a guy who is going to come in and help cultivate the next generation. I don't know if that's a guy to get him over the hump. I don't know if that's a guy that I can see winning a Super Bowl with the Cleveland Browns. I'm not sure yet. But I'm going to need a guy with his staff to come in and help cultivate the next generation. Because to me, like, Miles is great. Miles is an all-time legend. If you're looking for the type of policeman that you need in the locker room, I've never thought Miles is that guy. So now I have Carson Schlesinger, and I have other guys that I think that could possibly be that next generation before they're downtrodden by what the history has become, where I can help lead them. I think that a head coach has to come in there and help cultivate those guys.
But you could even see, put it this way, like there were coaches that came into this league that, didn't really have, all that much power, and then through winning and through trials and tribulations kind of became elevated. Like I talk about that all the time with, Sean Payton, with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. Like, over time, guys just become the face of the organization. And Stefanski, even after the 2 Coach of the Years, I know it's dreaded when people bring it up, but he, did coach those years and was a fantastic coach in those seasons. He did not really amass more power. He did not amass more decision-making control or anything like that, to the point where we're sitting here wondering who's responsible for the Deshaun Watson move, who's responsible for the Dylan Gabriel selection, who's responsible for the Shador selection. And the fact that we don't know that by now means that you don't have the all-encompassing, powerful head coach to lead your program. And the fact that that didn't happen despite some of the worst drafts in the NFL over the last 5 years up until this last year, then he's not the guy to run this thing. And the Browns are going to hire somebody else. And then I would hope the guy that hires could become that guy, because it sure as hell can't be Andrew Berry after his track record the last 6 years.
This is going to be my problem, and I hate to give away what we could sell here, but I'm going to have to do it. I don't think that Kevin is a scapegoat. I don't. But I also don't think that all of a sudden Andrew Berry should be absolved of any of his responsibility and be given that extra year just because of what he's doing here with this last draft class. And let me explain that. Is that you still have 5 years of questions before this last draft class here. Now, you're going to give him another year from what it looks like here. But if there was that much confidence, and I don't think that there's that much confidence at all, and I think a lot of real Browns fans are very nervous about him still having the reins here, because now your timelines are messed up here. So could I just be doing this again? If you're saying they're a 5-win team, could we just be doing this all again with another general manager? And then that screws things up even further, because now you are talking about serious changes. Because there's guys here that I don't want to let go of, but I am a Browns fan, so maybe I think they're a little bit better than what they really are. Fair enough. But if I go into next year and we're doing this show again next year and we're talking about letting go of Andrew Berry, now I feel like I'm spinning my wheels. So I need to make the decision based on, do I really have supreme confidence that this guy's going to be able to do it? And judging by the amount of fight that people have had here over the last 24 hours over winning a football game in Week 18 and where that would put you in the draft from 7 to 5, how much of a difference that could really make, which isn't much, you have zero faith in Andrew Berry, because there's been plenty of teams that have drafted right behind us and way behind us, and they still finish better than us every year. So what's that say about the confidence level that we have in the general manager, who is going to keep his job today from what it seems? 216-474-0092. So you see the last 2 weeks, you've beaten Pittsburgh, you've beaten Cincinnati, you're 5-12. Technically, it's better than what it was last year. 3-14, that is better. Have you changed your mind on Kevin? Have you changed your mind based on what the crop of coaches you could get is out there? Should Kevin be in or out? 216-474-0092. We ask you that. Ken, Carman, Anthony Lima, and yes, we are on watch in Berea, and you can watch us live while we watch Berea on YouTube Live for free.
Running a business means
If Black Monday moves affect the Browns, you'll get it here first. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Just hearing you celebrate with your team in the locker room, seeing you, the Miles celebration all over you. Just how much do you want to continue on with this football team? And do you think that your job can be saved in these kinds of...
Respectfully, this game's not about me. I told you guys that. I'm proud of that group for fighting.
Now, that was Kevin being asked the question by Mary Kay. We'll have Mary Kay coming on at 8:20. Might be talking about a new coach, maybe not. It reminded me of whatever reason that reminded me of that part in The Departed. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Maybe go bleep. Can't say the rest. Can't say the rest.
Can one time.
Yeah, you can. Not a good way to start off the year, though. Kevin Stefanski could be gone today. We are on watch right now. Lyman, I believe he will be gone. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
So the question is, should he be gone? Because, again, it's, this whole... And I think that maybe a lot of people agree with me. I want to get to the phones here in a second. If they fire him, is there a celebration that this is going to be so much better in 2026? I don't think it is. I don't think so.
Well,
I think a lot of fans think it's not going to be very good, and that's where you're at.
I think the assumption is always when you fire a coach, like, it can't get worse. Because you're firing a coach because
yes, it can.
You've bottomed out. But it can get worse. Yeah, of course it can get worse.
Or it could stay bad, which makes it worse. If you don't get any improvement out of
and
this.
you keep Andrew Berry, because then you're just changing, you're swapping out the GM the following year, and then that means the head coach is on watch. So that's why it's a pivotal move to not these two guys, these thought companions, throughout the whole process, to have one gone and not the other just seems incomplete and seems like a terrible plan of attack.
And if they're thought partners, and I know that this has been brought up so many times that, and this is, by the way, after Kevin, if he gets let go, after he's let go, this is how it'll be framed, that Dylan Gabriel was his pet, that he was the supercomputer, was his muse. It's been framed that it's Kevin's guy. If they spent 4 months, was it Zach who brought this up? I want to give proper credit. Zach brought this up, and I want to give credit to him. Zach Jackson spent 4 months evaluating. 4 months. And at the end of it, they thought Dylan Gabriel was better than all these guys. Tyler Shook, better than all these guys. If they're thought partners then, Andrew Berry's hands are totally clean of all this, of the Dylan Gabriel thing, of that waste of our time and effort. Really? Because I understand whose stats are better. I understand which guy I think has a higher ceiling and is worth more time given, and that's a guy who you've been playing here over the last several weeks. And the Dylan Gabriel situation, I think you and I, and maybe Owen's agreeing on this, I'm not sure. I would have rather just gotten a different position and see, because you've had a pretty good draft class, obviously, a very fine draft class. Let's call it what it is. I would have rather seen what you had done out of third-round pick out of any other position. Maybe that would have been an offensive lineman that we could look forward to in the future. Maybe it could have been another person in the secondary who we could have in the future. Like, there's so many different questions of what you could have done. But if they're thought partners, then didn't Andrew share some responsibility in drafting Dylan Gabriel in the third round? That was all Kev?
And assembling the 4 quarterback room farce that made no sense. I said yesterday on social media, like, no other team would have signed, even the worst teams in the NFL, which of course were among them, would not have ever greenlighted that situation, greenlit that in a way that you had 2 veterans and 2 rookies battling it out, all basically almost assuming annihilation for each other, like self-assured destruction of all of it.
Let's go to the phones. 216-474-0092. Aaron in Springfield, you're next up on the Fan. Hello, Aaron.
Hello, how are you guys doing this morning?
We're doing wonderful, Aaron. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just talking about Kevin, I am one that actually thinks he should stay. Over the past 20 years, we've gone back and forth, changing coaches nonstop. We've had good coaches, we've had bad coaches.
We've had good coaches? Who are the good coaches?
Actually, that's a great point, yeah. Rephrase.
We've had good connections and we've had bad connections.
Aaron, I'm sorry, Aaron. Your connection's terrible. Try to get back to us tomorrow, bud. Tom in Cleveland. Tom, you're next up on the Fan. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Tom, not terrible. Go ahead.
Listen, as soon as you guys brought up, does Kevin want to be here? I just had to get this off my chest. I can't take the post-game interviews anymore. I need to feel the dog pound in my coach. I can't take we need to execute better. We need to coach better. I feel like I'm subject to an oppressive government, and they're just putting on a smile and changing nothing. This wouldn't be practical. I don't mean this for real, but imagine if John Gruden came here tomorrow, Sandusky native, and he's sitting there getting excited about players, and you lose, and he's mad. Like, I need that. I need something that's going to make free agents come here. 30-year-old good players, I want them to come here. No one wants to come here for the weather, for the historical success. No. I need someone who's going to put energy.
Well, they're still not going to take discounts for John Gruden. I mean, it's going to take money. And right now we don't have a ton of it because of some of the situations and some of the decisions our general manager, who is staying, has put us in.
I hear you. And that's why I said I don't mean John Gruden for real. That was more so just a hypothetical example.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. There's been so many people who've called in very serious about him. I thought you were serious. I'm not joking. Go ahead.
I hear you. I think that'd be a joke. But anyways, I also think, what if you get a rookie class half as good as this one this year, and you pull off 7 or 8 wins somehow? And are we talking about firing Kevin then? Does he want to be here then? I don't want to do that if we're riding with Shadur. We'll see if that happens. But I need someone who's going to be wanting to develop these people. I can't have someone who's going to quit on us. And like you said, take one of these better jobs, one of these easier looks, like a young Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors. Because, yeah, he should. He would want to get out of here. There's better situations for him. And I can't have someone who's going to quit on a good rookie class and a new quarterback right when they need developed, and they need someone who's going to sink energy into this place.
Tom, thank you very much for the call. Tone, do you have thoughts on that? I mean, leader of men is part of my. When I do open up the list, leader of men is in the.
Yeah, it definitely seems like. So you don't want to get caught up in like a bravado. You don't just want a coach that's going to be loud every game just to be loud, or just to continue to assure everybody that he's a leader, he's in charge, because that doesn't work either. Like that, this stuff just has to come up. Like Mike Vrabel. If you've ever, and by the way, he was a failed head coach in Tennessee. I thought he got a raw deal at the end, and I thought he did a lot with not a lot, and that's why I think he was somebody who I thought was a sure bet to be good the next time around. And unfortunately, I don't know that exists. This time, there's no Sean Payton, there's no even Ben Johnson. Like in this go around,
we also had to have a good situation. Like if Mike Vrabel was with this football team this year, say they would have made a change.
That was not a good situation coming into the year. That was not considered.
See, I disagree because they had Drake May. Drake May is a good quarterback.
Yeah, but people remember how bad they bottomed out. They win 4 games the year before?
Yes, you were absolutely right about that. But they put a lot of that on the coach. Now, I always question how much is going to be on the coach, and I didn't know why you were going to hire Gerard Mayo, who was a great Patriot at one point, and then throw him under the bus. But from anybody we had talked to over there, and we do have some friends over there, it seemed like this was not a good situation and had to be rectified as soon as possible. So then that looked, and plus they did put a lot into their football team as far as free agency is concerned and tried to hotshot it a little bit with Drake May. But once you have the QB, you got the QB. It was a better situation. Mike Vrabel, he probably would have won more than 5 games this year. Yeah. But how much better of a situation would it have been? Mike Vrabel, I think, is a better head coach than Kevin, but how much better?
The reason I bring up Mike Vrabel is it's clear who's in charge over there. And here in Cleveland, it's not. It's not clear at all. And I don't know that the head coach exists, that somebody is definitely going to be in charge, especially if it's Andrew Berry doing the hiring. That, I think, is a tough pill to swallow. But like, you can get rid of Kevin. Fine. His record is his record. Like, there's no doubt. I said I would have wanted to move on from him a year ago. So I think we're a year late on this to begin with. Mm-hmm. But whoever you go to, by almost definition, it seems like you're going to go with a weak candidate, somebody who is not all that strong. And that's because I know the guy doing the hiring.
If we're going to make this change, then there's no point in making the change. If I'm just going to go from one person who is not he's not known as a strong-willed person. He's not known as a vocal, fiery leader by any means necessary. You know, what we just heard from Tom in Cleveland has been said by thousands and thousands of people. The consistent non-answers. Like, when you're losing games, people demand answers. And when you refuse to even give them the most basic of answers, they're going to get really mad at you. If we're going to just repeat that process over again, that's not going to be good for anybody involved. And then you really will feel like you've wasted a year. I got to tell you right now, I'm deathly nervous about this situation here, because if you're just going to hold on to Andrew, I have a feeling it's going to go the way you're saying it. And if it's going to go the way you're saying it, then we might make a wholesale change even next year, and whoever we bring in could end up being one and done, which doesn't make the situation any better. So now I have to put even more on guys like Carson Schlesinger and Harold Fannin Jr. and Aiden Huntington, for crying out loud. I mean, young guys who are forced into a position where they are going to have to hold a standard that doesn't exist. The standard doesn't exist, and now they're going to have to create one because they can't trust the people above them. Like, that's what I have to ask of these young Browns football players, if what you just played out is there. That's why today, to me, if they do make the move, it's no cause for celebration. Kevin's fine. Kevin never has to work another day in his life if he doesn't want to. He's made gobs of money, and he'll be a head coach if he wants to be even next year, or an offensive coordinator, and he'll make gobs of money there. In all honesty, yes, I like Kevin. I'm not crying a river of tears over Kevin because he'll be taken care of. However, it's what you just said that scares the bejesus out of me. Because if we're going to go and make moves, it's got to be a move to improve something here. And I can't just keep going, well, I'm a little bit more comfortable with this. I can't do it. I cannot do it. It's been, you started this process in 2016. You made a crazy move to try to bail yourself out of it because you gave too much power to maybe even the right guy. You gave too much power to the number 1 overall pick. And then that went straight to hell on you. You overcorrected, then overcorrected again. And here we are in this spot. And I can't waste our time with this anymore. I don't want to waste your time. For the love of God. So when you say that, no, this is not a situation to get all excited and say that things are going to change. Like, yeah, whoever comes in, if they do make this move today, and it hasn't been guaranteed yet, whoever comes in, yeah, they'll probably go and they'll have a press conference, and they'll probably win the press conference, and we'll start to talk ourselves into it. But you guys got to know in the back of your head, you're going to have a bad feeling here. You know damn well, especially if Andrew Berry stays there, you're going to have a weird feeling in the back of your head about how this thing's going to go. 216-474-0092. I want to get to you guys coming up. And, well, Tone, by the way, can I, tomorrow or the next day, can I show you my new grading scale I experimented with? Tomorrow, maybe the next day, for Shedeur and his quarterbacking?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I don't want to do it today because there's going to be hot responses today.
You're not doing it in chart form, are you? Because you're not the chart guy on the show.
I
did a new form on the notes.
I can take the data and plug it in.
That's good. Okay. We're working together now.
Coming up at 6:43, I'm open to seeing more Shedeur in 2026, but you better have another QB in that room other than Deshaun Watson, especially if you're firing the head coach. Ken Carman, Tone Master General. Take us with you to work on the absolutely free Odyssey app.
It's Anthony Lima for
if Stefanski should be fired or not, I would only fire him if I knew who was going to replace him and was a better option, period. Right now, there are not a lot of better options, so I would consider holding fast.
Gentlemen, no effing way. I'm 65 years old and I am done. I am done. If they keep Andrew Berry and they fire Kevin Stefanski, I'm done. I don't have enough time to go through another rebuild. Bye-bye.
That's a hell of a perspective. I think a lot. There's no cheering. There's a whole lot of, well, if they make this move, I think a lot of people are shrugging their shoulders. I really do. There's no passion behind this. Very little, if there's any. Like I think any true Browns fan out there is looking at this going, okay, so you're going to fire him. What else are you doing? It's not where, like, I'm not picking up a whole lot of vociferous, like, there are people who are maybe changing their mind. I don't know if there's a lot of vociferous, like, Kevin must stay out there, but I think a lot of people are going, yeah, guys, if you're going to make this move, you make this move towards the better. And from what it sounds like, when you keep the general manager, who not a lot of people have a lot of faith in, when you let go of the head coach, when you have this much in cap hell, when you've had some of the decisions that you've made with your roster, I think a lot of people are going, okay, how much better is it really going to be? It's not an argument to keep the head coach, because, again, I don't think the head coach really even wants to be here. But it's also a thought of, if you're going to make a move, you make the move towards the better. And I'm not convinced that this is a move towards the better. Just doing this. And you agree with me. You're just nodding your head. You agree.
Yeah. I don't really hear this big battle cry, like anybody locking arms saying Stefanski has to stay. I think we all recognize he's been the best head coach, I think, God, by far, since 1999 that the Browns have had. And it's reached its conclusion. It's been 6 years. I mean, he certainly he's given the Browns good moments, in my Browns lifetime, because I was alive for those 80s teams in AFC Championship games, but it was 8 years old the last time they were in the AFC Championship game. Since then, it's been abysmal, and we've had some of the worst coaches in the league. That's why we had a caller early that was like, we've had some good coaches, bad coaches. No, we've had no good coaches. None of the guys that we got rid of went elsewhere and did anything. So Stefanski the potential is there. But if Stefanski goes elsewhere and wins, like, let's say he goes to the Giants next year. And it's kind of like when Baker Mayfield went to Tampa and won. I'm not going to be sitting here stewing, because I think we all recognize that it's not going to happen here under this set of circumstances. He's not getting some quarterback most likely to rescue him next season. So it's just not going to happen here.
Speaking of quarterbacks, yesterday there was a lot. I think there was a lot of referendums, because it's the last chance we're going to get to see him. I don't think that we're in a position really where I would want to trade up and go for the gusto there. Now we'll see what actually happens here. But what did you think of Shedeur yesterday? Because I think if they had not made that last drive for the game-winning field goal, I think he would have left up a lot of bad taste in a lot of people's mouths yesterday. What did you think of him?
He was abysmal. It was probably his worst performance since he's been around.
What a way to describe it.
Just not counting that half where he was thrown into the mix in the Baltimore game. That was. Did
you think he was better in the second half? I thought he was better in the second half.
Not much. I mean, he still had like 3 balls that I thought were turnover worthy in the second half. They were very lucky that Cincinnati couldn't catch any of his balls. I thought there was a span of like 7 throws where 5 of which hit Cincinnati Bengals players' hands, not Browns players' hands. Like, they hit Cincinnati Bengals' hands. He was very fortunate that they were not, getting destroyed at the half. Yeah. Based on, Devin Bush going the distance and Cincinnati not converting, his mistakes. He was really bad. He is just, I don't know what it is. He was alluding to something in the post-game press conference that, like, last week something happened to him. He was being very cryptic. Was he hurt? No. Just like something in his life had messed with him. I don't know, because he didn't really clarify what that was. So we're just going to speculate. But in the end, I just think they were going up against the 30th ranked defense. There were some metrics that had the Bengals as the worst 32nd ranked defense in the league, but DVOA they were 30th. They had 11 first downs yesterday. They had 200 yards of total offense, and they scored 6 points. It was a great final drive. I shouldn't say great. It was a good final drive. They went 40 yards and got him in position. He completed a couple nice passes. But overall, throughout the game,
now,
that is not winning quarterback play, not remotely.
What do you make of the Sal Cannella incompletion?
Yeah, that was a great throw. Yeah.
Okay. What do you make of the Isaiah Bond miss deep? Do you put that more on him? Because he's thrown that ball in to Isaiah Bond every time.
I thought that was a good throw. I
agree with you.
But I've heard people online, and we'll see what the All-22, they said it was not a good throw at all.
But my issue with it, I'm not, is it a knockdown drag out right now for it? Probably not. I've watched him throw that pass to Isaiah Bond and anybody else numerous times. Like, that's, to me, where he always throws it to Isaiah Bond. Mm-hmm. Am I wrong? That's why I was like, well, I thought that was a decent throw. I just thought Isaiah Bond wasn't there to get it.
Going for the dagger, it actually worked out better because if he scores the touchdown on that play, then Cincinnati has the ball and a chance to come down for the win. This was the way that you secured the win. You drove down the field, you used up all the time, and you win the game with basically a walk-off field goal. So this worked out better.
So this is what I thought. I didn't think he was good. I thought he was better in the second half. How much better? I mean, that's arguable, but I thought he was better in the second half because it was pretty tough to be that much worse in the first half. I was glad he didn't turn the ball over. I was glad, well, more than he did. Obviously, there was the fumble. I know that there were a couple thrown right to Geno Stone, which a lot of people are calling him Geno Stone hands. I understand that. I think it really left a lot of people wondering, okay, what do we really do here? Because even if you were fifth, like say you wouldn't have won and you were fifth, I don't know if you got enough to move up to number 2 to go after Dante Moore. And do you really want Dante Moore that bad? You know, what's the conversation to be had about number 1 overall? There's no conversation. You just ain't going to get it because Las Vegas owns that pick.
Did we figure out, had they have lost the last 2 games, they would have been tied for number 1, and by strength of schedule, they might have had it? Is that right, Owen?
Yeah, I just looking at the numbers, right? So they'd be 3-14, just like 4 other teams that are 3-14 right now. And first tiebreaker is strength of schedule, and they have the worst strength of schedule out of those teams. And I don't think 2 games would have changed
their winning percentages. Yeah.
Yes, it wouldn't have changed it that much that they would have.
So think about that.
Vegas would have jumped ahead.
If that is the case, and we'll have our crack staff on it because I'm seeing the same stuff you're seeing, Owen. If we would have the number 1 overall pick, like Myles Garrett,
it would have been Fernando Mendoza.
Myles Garrett, former number 1 overall pick and Defensive Player of the Year and Hall of Fame. You know, put him in right now. Shouldn't even have to wait 5 years. Best Browns player of my lifetime, and I think he's now in the argument for best Browns player ever. And that's without any hardware in the postseason. That's how great he's been in the regular season. Did he just prevent the Browns from getting the number 1 overall pick? Because the last 2 weeks, you saw it.
Well, you
saw it. You saw exactly that.
So you picked him number 1 overall to help you win games, and we can't go ripping him for helping you win games.
Oh, I'm saying like he might be the reason if Mendoza ends up being great, and obviously who knows. But Myles Garrett might be the guy that prevented you for finally turning the page and getting that quarterback.
So I let me put it out there. It doesn't matter to me who the head coach is. Maybe they'll have different ideas. I think that you probably are going to go fishing for somebody else who might be a free agent.
They got to add another. It has to be a competition.
Now I want to see what they do with Dylan Gabriel because they could very well just cut ties with Dylan Gabriel, and that would make even Kevin look even worse if you wanted to do that. But if they moved right on from Dylan Gabriel, like I'm open to Shedeur being one of the guys that compete for the job in 2026. Yeah. How much of it is an actual competition, though, is a question you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, you have to have a real competition.
Because to me, it's got to be not just Shedeur and Deshaun in that room in 2026. Like you're going to have to go fishing for somebody else there.
Yeah, he was of any of the guys that got legitimate reps, he was by far the worst quarterback of all the. Hell, Riley Leonard had a better game than him yesterday. There were a bunch of guys that started yesterday you've never heard of, and they all had higher QBRs, I think, than him, including Trey Lance was abysmal yesterday. He at least had 70 rushing yards and moved the football down the field. Like, Shedeur was the worst.
But this is why
there's a lot of reasons. Like, it's not just a Shedeur thing. They have to improve everything around him. But holy cow.
But this is going to bog it down because, again, later on this week, I have to show you, like, they're right here. And I got to show you the grading scale that I was tinkering with yesterday because when you're in Week 18, you're going to experiment with some stuff. So I experimented with it. 216-474-0092. We'll get to some of you guys. We are keeping an eye on Berea right now. Daryl's set to join us at 8:20. We will keep an eye on everything. Make sure you are here. 92.3 The Fan, 92.3thefan.com, the free Odyssey app. Be listening all day long. We might know one thing. We might know another very, very, very shortly. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. Keep it with us right here, 92.3 The Fan. Friends, Ken Carman for Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon, like the holiday.
Like you, they're still talking about yesterday's game. The Afternoon Drive, weekdays at 2. 92.3 The Fan.
Well, I learn what I like. I learn what I don't like. I learn what I'm seeing. I know what I see well. I know what I don't see well. And I learn a lot mentally, and I learn a lot emotionally, physically, everything. I think mentally it was how to deal with when things are going your way, when things aren't going your way, how to deal with feelings. So that's what I feel like this year is about.
At Shador yesterday after the Browns win over the Cincinnati Bengals 20-18, we were paying attention to everything on the wires. As we go into the 7 o'clock hour, why don't they just hold on to Kevin Stefanski?
I'd be surprised. I mean, has
everybody thought about what they do then?
I assumed that there would be a meeting today in Berea, and I think there's no bad blood. Like, there have been years where I think Haslam and the coach, Hugh Jackson, where it was like, get out of this building. I never want to see you again. Like, you are responsible for so much that the walls are falling down everywhere. But that's not the case here. They're just a bad team. Like, there's not the level of dysfunction that we have seen in past years. And so I think there would be a very professional meeting where both sides, like, I think they're going to say where they thought Kevin fell short. And then Kevin would say, well, here's where I think we could have been better as an organization.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, I think they're going to say, well, we're moving on. Like, I think it's going to be a very professional setup. It's not. That's why there haven't been any terrible leaks over the last few days. There hasn't been a lot of finger pointing, which I think Kevin could definitely. He could play the victim in a lot of ways. I wouldn't help him, but he could. He could say, what was the situation? What did you give me? What did you saddle me with here, and here?
Well,
he's not that type of guy.
And there's also a point where, again, I keep bringing up that I don't necessarily think he wants to be here, because if he did not feel confidence in his next situation, I think he would start pointing the finger. And I think a lot of people would probably start to do the same thing. But I think that in so many ways, while he is in this quagmire of what this season is, he is, if I could say Tommy Rees was auditioning for the job as the offensive coordinator, is he not auditioning for other jobs as the head coach of the Browns? Hey, they still played for me, won the final 2 games.
Yeah, didn't quit.
Didn't quit, didn't throw my general manager under the bus, didn't throw ownership under the bus, didn't throw any of my assistants under the bus. Didn't fire my assistant. Now, you could bring up that you should have fired the assistant, but either way, didn't throw anybody under the bus, kept a good vibe, or tried to keep not a good vibe, but tried to uphold whatever sort of standard did not make things crazier than what they could have been or what they already were as the head coach. In so many ways, he's auditioning for another job there.
Yeah, I do wonder if the Miles thing wasn't the story and one of the big stories in the NFL. Rarely happens on a really bad team that you could have that, but that was the number one headline yesterday for most of the day on most of the football websites. Like, it was an easy thing to galvanize the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, we're going for this record. We're chasing history. Normally, that's not something that ever happens on a bad football team. I wonder if that actually helped. That actually helped the locker room and helped Kevin Stefanski.
Also, I'm getting some pushback that I said I still want to see Shador in 2026. I want to see more Shador in 2026. I said I think that they should probably go and kick tires on veterans. And whoever they bring in to be the head coach, you can't just put his arms behind his back and tie him up and say it's only Shador, it's only Deshaun.
Yeah, I'm with you
in that room. Like, I think, if we're going to be openly and brutally honest about this, I think that he can get better through an off season. I'm not saying, some people accused me of saying we found the guy. I don't think we found the guy.
I don't know how anybody could possibly, unless you're in the Shador fan club.
2 o'clock will happen today, so we'll find out later on.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could look at this body of work and assume that you have the foundational quarterback piece.
I agree. Anybody who's serious. I don't think anybody who's serious could. There's always going to be outliers out there that I can't address. But I know I'm in a position where I don't want to. I got 10 picks. Do I want to give up all those picks to try to move up? I don't. I really don't. I don't think number 1 is for sale. So if number 1 is not for sale, then I'm not moving up for Fernando Mendoza. I know that there's a lot of conversation about Dante Moore. I'm still worried about going and making that big of a decision for Dante Moore, but we got 4 months to chew it up on that one, right?
Yeah, it's not a lock. It's certainly not a guy that you have to run up to the stage and hand in the card and do the trade up for. But I'm thinking,
all right, if I got 10 picks here, am I going to address the offensive line? I should. Am I going to address the wide receiver room? Well, I should. So if those things are going to be addressed and should be better, because it's hard to be any worse than this. And I'll give Mike Bloomgren credit because you brought up the stats of where the protection rate was as good as it's been all year long. I'll give credit where it's due.
I wonder if that surprises the Shedeur people because they've just been saying worst offensive line in the league.
It's not a great offensive line.
And I'm like, well, there's like 20 other fan bases that do think that every week. They watch their team play. And we've played some of those teams, and you're like, oh my God. Like, which offensive line would you have rather had yesterday, the Bengals or the Browns?
Yeah.
Like, ask Joe Burrow. I think the Browns actually held up in pass protection better. It's just Shedeur takes so many sacks.
I know that some of you guys are tired of having the knockdown dragouts on the internet with bots or whatever, or trolls. It doesn't matter to me. I'm looking at it for what it is. I think that there is some good play that you can build off of. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced at all. I'm just trying to be as open-minded as I can. I'm not very open-minded about Dylan Gabriel, I have to admit. Go ahead and sue me on that one. But when it comes to Shedeur, I'm a little bit more open-minded. This was not a good football game for him. It was not. But I do think it can be a little bit better going into next year when you do have some more offensive linemen, when you do have some better weapons to throw to. You have another year with Harold Fannin. I think it can be better. But I'm not throwing all my eggs into that basket. I understand that there is other options available. You still have Deshaun Watson there that you're paying $46 million, so that saga isn't going to end anytime soon. And then, if we aren't going anywhere, and you said right off the tippy top of your head, it's probably going to be about a 5-win season going into next year, then you will have options. Because at this point, hell, I wouldn't mind running it back with another trade next year or this coming draft and getting another pick for the next year to be able to make sure we do it. Because I might as well try to go after the position at some point here so we're sure. See, I think there were a lot of people, and I warned you about this, I think there were so many people who were just so damn afraid of QBs that they didn't want to talk about it, and then they saw what happened yesterday, and they go, oh my God, we can't go into next year with it. No. If you were making that argument, you had to make that argument that you were open-minded to Shedeur. I can't be closed-minded towards him. I do think he's better than a 5th-round pick. Do I think he's a first-round choice? No. Yeah, does that mean that we're probably going to make him the franchise quarterback? No, the odds are against that.
I mean, honestly,
but I don't want to close the door on it.
The way that, remember when the reports came out that, I think it was Jason Lloyd was the first to have it, and then others have kind of backed it up, that their plan was to basically have him redshirt this year, which just doesn't happen in the NFL. That's so crazy to talk about, but that they thought he was a developmental quarterback. And I kind of think that's what he played like. Like, he showed flashes.
I think there was things that he developed on as time went on. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, like, you see, if you were trying to win a game, why would you call him a developmental quarterback? Because if you're trying to win games, you would not play a developmental quarterback. But if you're trying to evaluate a guy, then fine, throw a developmental quarterback in. And I thought you saw that. I thought you saw that yesterday.
And it's interesting, you mentioned Riley Leonard, and I know his knee was banged up, but there were people who questioned that when they said, well, his knee was banged up, you brought in Phillip Rivers, but then next week he was a full participant in everything. Riley Leonard was a full participant in everything. So now you have this other quarterback that's playing, this young quarterback that's playing. You have Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles injury here where you don't know what type of return he's going to have, and now you have this other rookie. It's like, why didn't you go and find out what you had, or at least
they were trying to make the playoffs
to get a look at what you had? Yeah, the Browns were doing that. So technically, the Browns did do it the right way and like, hey, we got this guy. He does have some arm talent. He does have a bigger body. Mm-hmm. There is accuracy there. Let's see what he's got. He's proven that he's come a long way. He also proven he has a long way to go. So there's no way on earth I'm just going to say, well, it's his team and that's it for 2026. No, I can't do that. That's irresponsible considering what we just saw. But I don't think it's the craziest thing to say is that, okay, as of right now, if it's between him and Deshaun, yeah, I would start him in 2026. I would start Shedeur in 2026. If it becomes a veteran that gets mixed into this, whether it be Mac Jones or Davis Webb or Davis Mills or whoever the hell it is, well, then fine, we'll have that conversation.
Yeah, I don't think they can get...
Malik Willis, you want to have that conversation? Fine, we'll do that too.
Already, I've seen people throw numbers around for him, and I'm like, oh, that's going to be out of the Browns' price range. Like 20 plus million, 25 million for Malik Willis.
Well, that's where the Mac Jones conversation gets brought in because he's cheap, but that means he costs more picks, and you
don't want to give your picks away.
See, Andrew Berry has put you in such a great position, guys, where you not only don't have so many picks you can give away because you don't have a lot of players that you have to replace, or you have a lot of players that you have to replace. You also don't have a lot of money. So you have not a lot of money and a lot of players that you have to replace. But we're going to hold on to them.
Yeah, and
instead
I think,
of Andrew Barry, or instead of Kevin Stefanski.
So I'm trying to be fair about Shedeur because he didn't have Fannin, he didn't have Njoku, but then I look at some of the guys that played yesterday in the NFL, and I'm like, go look at their rosters yesterday. It was preseason week in the NFL. I think Andrew Brandt compared it to week 4, preseason week 4. You know how we used to do it in the old days. Like, it was a total joke yesterday. It was a bad day for the NFL up until last night's game, which was bonkers. And we at some point, we're going to have to mention that Pittsburgh Steelers won the division. So all those feel-goods of us knocking them out of the playoffs last week didn't end up happening.
I was just happy they won.
Yeah, but that big part of it was we
you
killed
would have been
their
happier
playoff
had
hopes.
you have been at the game with me, but you didn't go.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're not.
But it, there were guys yesterday that go look at their rosters and who they were playing with, and like I said, Riley Leonard going up against the Texans defense, and they had most of their starters in yesterday for the Texans, and he kind of lit them up. Like, he played really, really well. He had a better game than Shedeur had. But basically with the exception of the Titans game, where Shedeur had those final 2 drives. Like this, other guys are also flashing. So, yes, you can make the argument that, hey, put a better offensive line, better receivers, better coaching. But you can also say that for almost everybody. Every quarterback that's ever played would like to have those things. And Shedeur, I just think a lot of the same mistakes he was making, in the final week. He looked like a developmental quarterback. In many ways, he looked like a 5th rounder when it came to decision making. But arm talent, I think I agree with you. His arm talent is much better than a 5th round quarterback.
Yes. But I also think that there have been so many people, sorry to cut you off, there's been so many people who have been in these arguments with each other, and they just want to know yes or no one way or the other. And so if it becomes a 100% yes or no, well, then it obviously becomes a no. But that's not how this is going to work. If you had number 1 overall or even number 2 overall, maybe it would be that way. It's not going to be that way. So now I have to find, where is he good at? How can I make him better? And how can I rectify some of the things he's not good at? Or are we giving calls to Green Bay? Are we giving calls to the San Francisco 49ers? Are we giving calls to the Houston Texans? Are we going to go ahead and do that? And then do we even want to do that? Because there's going to be a lot of people out there as this season gets to start in 2026 who go, I don't want to waste my time anymore. You either go to the bottom of the barrel or don't go anywhere at all. Because of who we're going to be seeing in 2026 who are still going to be in college.
But I will say, it's tough because you don't want to squander too many more. Well, you don't want to squander any years of Denzel and Miles' prime. But, that clock is ticking, and I know that he just... will Myles Garrett ever be better than he was this year?
No.
Now, it's hard to doubt him.
He can be almost as good, though.
Right? Yeah, it's hard to doubt that at all.
Yes.
But I imagine next year he will not be as good as he was this year. Well, and then where does that curve really start to nosedive? At what age? And is Myles Garrett... And this window that we've talked about... When do we start to think, oh boy, they totally squandered, the prime of those unbelievable players?
Speaking of Myles here, if Jamar Chase makes history sometime, we'll hold up the game for him. Until then, just shut up. That's at 7:21 on the Fan.
Real estate market, it continues to evolve.
and it's right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. Here comes Miles. He got him! He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett! Sack number 23! The new single-season sack king! And the Browns defense mobs their man at the Cincinnati 45-yard line.
Audio courtesy of the UH Browns Radio Network. Lima Likes coming up at 7:45. All Lima's teams are failing him. I was shocked on New Year's Eve. Absolutely shocked. More on that coming up with Lima Likes at 7:45. Miles set the record yesterday. 23 sacks, which whoever was the first one to find out how many snaps it took, thank God, thank you. Whoever you are out there, whoever was the first person to it, thank you so much.
There's like discrepancy. I've seen three different numbers.
Doesn't matter.
If you went back and actually added it up, are any of these numbers accurate?
It's the one I'm using. Where you had, almost 200 less dropbacks to go after a quarterback.
Now, the Steeler fans will say T.J. Watt does play coverage, and that's why he has so many passes defensed, and that's why he has interceptions.
Since when?
We had one last night. He had an interception last night. Ball just fell into his hand.
I saw Jack Sawyer have one the other day. I mean, how
no,
hard
he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. He was right place, right time. But yeah, this was a crowning achievement. Miles absolutely deserved it. I saw some people somehow still ridiculing the way it went down because Joe Burrow just turtled up and went down.
So I'm glad you brought that up.
As if that's Miles' fault. Miles beat his defender so bad.
In Brett Favre's situation, because the first thing you think of is Brett Favre. Brett Favre did it himself. That was supposed to be a run play.
A run play, yes.
Brett Favre just bootlegged and just decided to take a dive. Joe Burrow was dropping back. Miles, was it 0.23 seconds or something?
Yes,
Nina Kimes put out there?
2.5 seconds.
Okay, he's under 0.23 seconds. Miles had such a jump on Orlando Brown. It was either A, you get a strip sack, or B, you give yourself up. He gave himself up. Miles was right there. It was going to happen one way or another. Joe Burrow gave himself up. It was probably a smart sack to take by Joe Burrow, live on, play another down. It did hold up the game, which drew the ire of some Cincinnati Bengals because Miles set the record. They stopped play. They showed his parents in the stands. But his dad has a hell of a camera on him. My God.
I didn't know you were allowed to bring in that kind of...
Miles brought it up in the postgame. They asked him about his dad's camera. He's like, I told him not to bring it.
He brought the hell out of it. That camera was
incredible. You got to still carry that thing.
That thing was intense. But Jamar Chase was asked about it in the postgame. Here's what Jamar Chase said about the holdup to celebrate Myles Garrett.
There were some people who were upset. You seem to be one pointing down the field when the Browns were celebrating the sack.
I never knew you could let the whole team get on your field. That's like me catching my 10th pass and the whole team running on the field. We're gonna get flagged. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But congrats to him and everything. But they got to call a flag on that play.
I mean, you guys were trying to go win the game.
We were trying to hurry up too. We couldn't even hurry up. The refs was looking at us like we did something wrong the whole time. So it was, I don't know what was going on that play.
Did they give you any kind of explanation of why it stopped without a flag?
No. I mean, do y'all interview the refs?
Apparently, Zach said the refs told him after the fact that they had decided they were going to stop the game, but never informed the coaching staff. Stop the game to let them celebrate the moment.
Well, I hope. They better stop the game when I do something in my back end. That's all I got to say about that one.
All right, I got something to say about that, but first let's hear Zach Taylor.
There's 5 minutes left in our season. We're playing for our lives here. I was never told that we're going to stop the game, and in a critical moment like that, and the refs just said that they made a decision that they were going to stop the game, and they said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that. We didn't sub. We're trying to be on the ball and go and play with tempo, and the umpire just held the ball so that we couldn't do anything. And I'm yelling at Joe, get on the ball. We didn't sub. We're going, and we couldn't play. And so, again, trying to get an answer was not easy. They just said that they made a decision as a crew to stop the game when that happened. I guess it didn't matter when it happened. It just, they were going to stop the game and let it happen.
And you weren't informed of that?
No, I was never informed of that. They didn't say one word. We meet with them in the 90-minute meeting before the game. They never said one word about that.
Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
Go ahead.
Is there any bigger group of crybabies in this division than the Cincinnati Bengals? I mean, seriously, from Dave Lapham all the way on down. Don't think I've forgotten that one. They're the biggest group of crybabies I've ever seen in the entire NFL. And think about what territory that brings in. Everything is just this gripe and this moan. We didn't get this. We didn't get that. Guys, if Jamar Chase sets the all-time receiving record, you will pause the game. You will pause the game and everybody will clap for Jamar Chase. That will happen. He does know that, right? Like, this is the NFL. When Dan Marino went over 60,000 yards and they stopped the game and he stood out there. Hasn't somebody got on the mic before after they set a record?
Cal Ripken rode around the infield
for 2 hours and 32 minutes.
In a car! That's exactly right. They brought a car out for Cal to shake people's hands.
Yeah, the other
and
team didn't say we were out playing for our lives.
Guys, this is professional sports.
It's week 18 and your team was eliminated.
Thank you. And neither of you are going to the playoffs. Yeah. Whether
this
it was
was
in
the only
Cleveland,
reason people were watching your game, Zach.
Did you hear the fans? You don't think Cincinnati fans weren't clapping for Myles Garrett when he set the record?
Yeah, people said even the Bengals fans were chanting Myles Garrett.
They were there to see the record get broken.
It's kind of embarrassing, by the way.
The weather was kind of cold. It wasn't a bad day. It was sunny. At least it was nice.
Like, would Browns fans be cheering if T.J. Watt broke the record in Cleveland Stadium?
No, they wouldn't.
They would not.
But I would hope. Let this be. If somebody ever sets a record on us from the future, play these words back to me. I'll call the Browns a bunch of crybabies. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm serious. From all the stuff the Victor would jerk crap.
I agree. My question is, how does that not come up in the meeting before the game? Normally they talk about every aspect.
It probably did.
Oh, you
I don't
think
know
he's
if they
lying?
paid it. Guys, you don't think you did everything? By the way, you said you weren't going to game plan for Myles. You absolutely game plan for Myles.
If you're the referee and you tell Zach Taylor, hey, when this phenomenal guy on the other team breaks the all-time or the single-season sack record on your team in the middle of this game, we're going to stop it. Do you think Zach Taylor's going to be upset that they even bring it up in the pregame that, no, we're going to play good enough offense, we're going to block well enough that he's not going to get the sack record again?
What do they talk about in those meetings if that wouldn't have come up? How do you kill 90 minutes before the game? It's not like baseball where you talk about the dimensions of the outfield, and if an outfielder, if the ball makes contact here, what is that? And by the way, that's a 5-minute meeting that the managers have. What the hell do they talk about for 90 minutes?
No, it's 90 minutes before the game.
Yeah, what is even discussed?
Oh, I think I was told about this once.
If this doesn't come up, then what are you even wasting time talking about?
Did I accidentally do that?
Yeah, you might have.
Okay, I accidentally did it, so let me clarify in case it didn't go over. There are no bigger group of crybabies in all the NFL than the Cincinnati Bengals. Let me just say that again, because I might accidentally hit the dump button by accident grabbing some papers here. Going back to what you were saying, I was told about this before, but it was like a Big Ten official who talked about the meeting and stuff like that. Like they go over a lot of things. And I would imagine in the NFL, it's like, hey, we do have a chance to have a sack rate. It was the only thing.
It's the only
reason
been
talking about over the last few days.
Anybody paid attention or brought it up.
I shouldn't say this. So there's a lot of times where like the broadcasters so we do the pregame show in the Cardiac Club, right? And the broadcasters have their pregame food and meetings sometimes in that Cardiac Club. Guys, it's been that way for we played 4 home games last month. That was all I could hear the guys talking about.
And that's all they talked about on the broadcast. 95 will be here. We'll have Jerry
on here. They had hard cams just for 95 over the last month and a half.
And I got to say, as a Browns fan, we've been in anticipation, and as it mounted, whether or not, was he going to get it? There was a point yesterday where I'm like, oh my God, he might not actually get this thing.
Under 5 minutes left in regulation.
He had 130, 135 snaps without a sack, which that never happens for Myles Garrett. So I got to say, though, it was kind of getting annoying the last 2 games how often it got brought up. Because I'm like, well, there is a football game here. I know that most people don't care about anything else other than the sack record. But, they're running out of ways to describe
it was
the pursuit.
I counted back. It was the 3 plays before the sack, right? So 4 plays in a row, they talked about, is Myles going to get the record here? Is Myles going to get the record here? Can he get the record? They lined him up at linebacker. He was like the will linebacker on a play, trying to get him. Yeah.
Tom McCarthy was basically just doing play-by-play of Myles.
Yes.
At certain times in this game.
So that's why, obviously, big relief that he got it done, because that would have left a real sour taste in everyone's mouth. I know it sucked that he didn't get it in, week 17. He got it instead of week 18. But when you see the snap counts, I think he's been vindicated altogether. I will say,
bunch of children down there.
I do wonder, and I brought this up, and Owen, you kind of shot back at me, because I do wonder, What would have happened if both these teams, now this is going to be a fantastical a tale if you really conjure up this, because the Browns are, they were eliminated and felt like 5 weeks into the season. But what if these two teams were playing for the playoffs and it was the final drive and the Bengals had no timeouts and they're marching down the field to try to win the game, and then it happened?
Maybe it would have been handled differently.
Could they stop the game? Could they? Because if anything, it benefited Burrow. In fact, it benefited. They'll say, well, we were going up tempo. It benefited them because Miles left the field for a snap, and they did not take advantage.
They carried him off the field like it was Rudy for a snap.
Was part of you wondering?
Like, we still got a game left to play.
Was part of you wondering if that was it? If Miles was? I was like, is he even put his helmet back on?
He's done. And then he came out on third and 13.
John Favreau was at the game yelling, "Who's the wild man now?"
I was seriously wondering.
Weird quote. They never called each other wild men before that quote.
I always wondered if that was in the outtakes and they just didn't include it. So they had the whole 5-minute persona of him doing wild man things. So I did. Part of me wondered, like,
getting drunk, trying to call Mary. Sorry. Go ahead. You're talking.
If Miles doesn't come back into the game, that would have looked really bad. Like, I got my record. I'm not really trying to win the game. Like, that would have looked really bad. He had to come back in the game, and he did, and had a huge impact on it.
Yes.
And Cincinnati scored a touchdown after that. Yeah. It's not like it stopped. It's not like it killed their momentum. They took the lead.
Point. Yeah, that's a good point.
And then,
they had to punt on that drive, right? No. And then I thought they punted on that drive. Then they scored a touchdown
but they
later.
Scored after that. Yeah. And then they ended up giving the game away. And then, to make matters worse, Andre Schmidt was the second Brown hoisted on shoulders.
Right. I was hoping we would get a better.
You just reminded me.
With Shedeur, with him engineering that come from behind, comeback fourth quarter win. I was like, oh man, Josina's got to do a game ball controversy. She has to. Shedeur had a game-winning drive and didn't get the game ball. Stefanski clearly hates him and is probably a racist.
What the hell are you talking about?
Reckless speculation.
We had that controversy earlier this year. We had that controversy.
Miles gets the game ball. Lord Almighty.
I don't know. Shedeur brought him from behind.
See, this is why people think you got a personal thing with Shedeur.
Not me.
For the love of God.
I'm talking about somebody who was very vocal about a game ball controversy earlier.
I understand.
And that was not a Shedeur come from behind last drive win. This was.
The guy on the right is just scared to death. The other guy's keeping it 100%.
Because sometimes
real,
I don't pay attention, Jason, and then he says these things, and I go, what? Because I'm thinking about Andre Schmidt, and then you go on about game balls, because I'm like, I got to apologize to Andre Schmidt face to face. If we can get Andre Schmidt in studio, I want to apologize to him privately and publicly, by the way. I want to apologize to Andre Schmidt.
Did we not?
Back kicker week.
Did we
I'm
not?
sorry you have
we
taught
don't need
me
a kicker week. Well, if it would just be Andre Schmidt week.
Yeah. If I can be dead serious for a moment, Andre Schmidt has taught me a very valuable lesson about shooting my mouth off and being an idiot about wanting guys cut after that. I still don't believe you can develop kickers, quote unquote. I don't believe that, but obviously saying I would cut the guy after week one. You have to cut him and you have to get him out of here is what you have to do. It's a stupid thing to say.
Not giving him one more game to redeem himself?
No, absolutely not.
There's not in this.
I'm not trying to say anything nasty towards you personally. You didn't make him. You got to go. Trying to make some sort of an argument for keeping a kicker that nobody can even pronounce his last name, spell his last name, cares about. Just move on.
Okay.
For the love of God.
Then fine. Sorry. Get rid of him and we'll do this again next week.
Lima would have been right, too. We would have just done it again the next week. It's a fair point. Champions pose. You want to do that in front of the camera, please?
No, there's no champions pose.
In all sincerity, I apologize to Andre Schmidt.
Whoopsie daisy.
Even if he goes out there and sucks up the room next year, I've learned a lesson.
Now, I did say I wanted Cam Thomas cut after he jumped off sides and they lost the Jets game. I stood by that.
And then I went after you for that. Well, you know what? Someday Cam Thomas is going to set a record for single season sacks. And they're going to be playing the Bengals, and you're going to hear Jamar Chase bitching about that, too. I mean, what a group of crybabies. Good God.
It was unbelievable. Right, they made that a talking point after the game was unbelievable.
Who was the reporter getting him going, too? Like, they say hello.
That had to be one of their TV guys, right? Like, that sounded like one of their local guys.
Well, he probably knew he was getting a
Cincinnati TV guy.
Yeah. We know Shedell wasn't there because he made that clear at the end of last week. I like that Jeff Shedell was calling out his shots. He's given his travel arrangements. Okay, I'm not going to be in Cincinnati, Coach, so this is the last time I'm going to talk to you. That was incredible.
Coming up next, Lima Likes. even though there's a lot of things he didn't like after this last week. King Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app. We are on Stefanski watch, sad to say, live on the Fan.
It's Anthony Lima.
fan.
Does Lima like?
Or does Lima no like?
Like?
Tell me likey. I'm liking it. I like it a lot.
No like.
He doesn't like you.
I don't like you either.
You're tacky and I hate you.
Like or no like. No like or no like.
But I definitely knew what I liked, and I definitely knew what I didn't like.
Well, there was certainly a disaster on New Year's Eve. It's becoming a tradition that I'm a little worried about. Do I really want all my New Year's to be disasters as the ball?
Yeah, they're not good on New Year's
As the ball
Eve.
drops. We remember the year they lost to, was it Georgia? Literally the field goal missed as time expired. As the ball dropped.
Time expired on the year.
On the year. But I remember I tweeted, and then it just became, that's what everybody tweeted this time around. The Lieutenant Dan in the wheelchair, confetti all around him, as it was just a miserable way. So again,
Cunning Carla and long limbs Lenore.
That's right.
Sorry. Lima no like.
So the Buckeyes fell to Miami. Is Miami the 8 seed? No, the 10 seed?
Mm-hmm.
In the playoffs, they lose 24-14. What a terrible, the screen pass from hell that got pick-sixed. For whatever reason, Ohio State, Ryan Day, who had taken play calling away from Brian Hartline, who was there coaching, but obviously had his other responsibilities with his new team. They went so slow. The second half, it was like Ohio State was trying to keep the ball away from some Heisman winner. Like, it's what a Cinderella team would do in March Madness. Like, use up the whole shot clock every possession. That's what they did, and I get it. They couldn't really protect against those two behemoths on the defensive line. The thing was, they were moving the football. They were running the football. They were just taking so long. And now that's it. Their season's over. Like, they were the number one team all year up until they lost to Indiana. And that's it. Season's over.
There's been a lot of New Year's days I woke up and I'm going, I can't believe that happened last night. I really did. I woke up and go, I cannot believe they lost last night. I was just shocked to go, my God. Like, the big conversation was the bookends of the defensive ends. You're right about this. You're totally right. But I was like, they'll still be able to get by Miami. Like, I think it's going to be tougher than we think. But I was like, I cannot believe they lost.
I thought they made good second half adjustments.
They did.
I thought they neutralized the pass rush in the second half. They ran out of time. Like, 14-0 should not be some insurmountable lead. But yet, it felt like that when they missed the field goal at the end of the first half, which, there was some question about how conservative they were. In the end, Jeremiah Smith had 7 catches, 157 yards. They had figured some things out. They just couldn't figure out how to win the game.
I want to ask you something else. I hate to take away from something you might have here. Did your thoughts or opinions change at Carnell Tate? Because that alligator arm video went around and around, and there were a lot of people who were taking him right off their draft boards over it.
It was still a rough...
That's an emotional response by fans. I understand it, but I had to ask you.
But he just in no way did he look like a top 5 pick. Like, normally, if you're a top 5 pick, you shine in situations like that.
So if we get the number 7 overall pick, and we turn in the card for Carnell Tate, you're going to say what?
I said before that game that, like, of all the good Ohio State wide receivers over the last 8 years, I feel like he's at the bottom. There's so many good ones. And I am less sure about him than I was about a lot of those guys.
No, he's still pretty damn good.
He is good.
And the other guy's really good,
but
too.
he never had the onus on him to be the guy. Right. And so it's part of that is going to be a question mark.
Michael Thomas, Chris Olave,
Garrett Wilson,
Emeka Ibuka, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Who's been incredible. And we're probably forgetting.
I'm probably forgetting a few.
About a bunch.
Lord almighty.
That have been incredible.
Continue.
But I would have hit Marvin Harrison Jr. Did you say?
Marvin Harrison Jr. Lord.
Who had a rough year. But, like, I was more sure about him than I would be about him. So, in the end, you had a freshman quarterback who looked like a freshman quarterback. But, that's part of that is I saw a lot of people tweet that and come after me for that. We're in the portal era. You don't ever have to have a freshman quarterback. Like, they chose to go that way. And by the way, he had good moments in the second half. He also missed. He had guys open. He was missing guys in the flat. He was missing the seam. But that's what happens when you have a very, very good pass rush. So that was a disaster. I will say, like I thought, Kenny.
I think it's Lima Likes. I can't see your hand.
Sorry. We got 2 monitors.
There we are.
It's a double monitor. It's a Lima Likes.
Yeah, Cavaliers had been coming on strong. They had a 3-game win streak. in that stretch.
Against good teams.
But then
Lima Likes.
They lost to Detroit yesterday. What an ugly game. And by the way, why are we playing any games at the same time as the Browns play football? Feels like a very easy thing to avoid. Like, you couldn't change the schedule. Why can't there be a situation where the Cavs, like this wasn't a nationally televised game, why couldn't the Cavs be like, no, we're going to play after the Browns game?
I didn't think it was a very bad alternative, and let me tell you why. Did they set that time before the season?
I think so, yeah.
See, you could have been like, the Browns aren't going to be very good, and if they're playing the Bengals, so a lot of people thought we're going to approach the playoffs this year. If they're playing the Bengals, maybe you tune away, and you're like, okay, I got this coming up at 2 o'clock. And you watch that, because nobody thought the Cavs were going to struggle the way they've struggled this year. Now, they did win 3 in a row at one point and beat some good basketball teams here over the last week, but then they lost to Detroit in a sloppy one.
Yeah, and just yesterday was as ugly as it gets. Both teams, and it was a foul fest, too. So many stoppages, throughout this game. And then again, we got to go to the reviews, which there's 82 basketball games. There's 1,000 possessions a game. I don't think we need to review everything. Just move ahead. Teams can wipe out a 13-point deficit in 3 possessions, it seems like. They did. The Cavs did that. They got right back in the game yesterday. I don't need all the stoppages, but it was a weird game to try to digest because you didn't have Jared Allen, who has had some big moments since during our break, the San Antonio game. He was sensational. They didn't have him, and Detroit didn't have their center either. So I don't know if I have huge takeaways come playoff time. It is nice the Cavs have been playing better since really Merrill has come back into the lineup. But this is rough. I mean, they're only 20-17.
They're still in the play-in though right now.
Is that what they are?
They're 8th, I believe. Yeah.
When are we getting Max Strus back? I never thought I would utter that sentence.
Oh boy, if you're really hard up for Max Strus to come back. I don't know how good we're going to be this
I think
year.
We could use him.
We could use him, but again, if we're hard up for him coming back, you gotta change your expectations then for the season, buddy.
I will say this.
Lima Likes.
Week 18 in the NFL was really bad.
I enjoyed myself.
Did you really?
Hell yeah, I did.
Doing what?
Watching Saturday. Got to see that big NFC South matchup between 2 sub-500 teams.
I wasn't going to mention
conditions ever.
I wasn't going to mention
monsoon.
Baker won the game. He won the battle. He did not win the war. He is sitting at home like all of us, like the Cleveland Browns fans, watching the playoffs.
Lost the game, but won the war.
Yeah,
because that's what we need to see in the postseason is the Carolina Panthers. Watch them go to the NFC Championship game or something.
Well, that was the other thing.
Lima Likes.
I know 2 weeks ago it was all the warm and fuzzies. We thought we had knocked Pittsburgh out of the playoffs. Somehow,
where did you think we thought we knocked them out?
Well, that was one of the big takeaways last week.
No, it was up for grabs.
That we had played the role of spoiler, and yet here we are again. T.J. Watt and the hated Pittsburgh Steelers somehow, and Aaron Rodgers. That was another thing. What a loser last week. At least Joe Burrow went out with dignity against the Browns. At least he went toe-to-toe. I know they still got rid of the football fast on a lot of the plays, like 2.5 seconds per pass, but at least he gave Miles a chance throughout the game. Like, Aaron Rodgers was such a loser, and he was willing to throw almost their entire season down the drain, and the fact they even had to play that game yesterday to try to make the playoffs. I just thought that was unbecoming of a Hall of Famer, Aaron Rodgers. At least Joe Burrow, he left it to the football gods. Like, it was going to happen. It happened, and we had a great moment because of it.
Fair point.
And for all the crybaby stuff with the Cincinnati Bengals, and you are 100% right.
Thank you.
I'm glad he wasn't one of those that was crying. I didn't see him crying about it.
Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
I don't think
Joe
so.
Burrow.
No,
he was still standing on the field taking it all in after.
It was bizarre. By the way, another New Year's moment that maybe we have a new tradition.
I'm alive.
Kenny, do we have to go to, and I got to get the name right, the Sloppy, what's the place in Parma?
Sloppy Bob's, man.
Sloppy Bob's did a pierogi drop at midnight. Folks,
it was right into a vat of sour cream, Kenny.
We might have a new tradition in Cleveland, Ohio. Because I looked, I'm like, man, we don't do fireworks. We don't do, all these other cities do so many cool things. They were
supposed to do fireworks too, but because of the snow, they canceled the fireworks.
Where were the fireworks supposed to be?
At Sloppy Bob's.
At Sloppy Bob's.
They shut down State Road, and you could walk bar to bar.
Kenny,
it was an amazing
go to this?
sight.
We got to go to this next year.
This is at Sloppy Bob's in Paramount.
Sloppy Bob's. You've never been to Sloppy Bob's?
I've never been to
dude.
Sloppy Bob's.
They've got a fried peanut butter and jelly sandwich that's it's one of the best things I've ever had.
You're kidding.
Buddy, I've been to Sloppy Bob's more times than I can.
Have you been sloppy at Sloppy Bob's?
Unpaid.
I've never had a sloppy steak at Sloppy Bob's.
Unpaid advertisement, but we might have uncovered a brand new tradition in Northeast Ohio.
I mean, if you remember it for next year, which you love to set me up with obligations and then not come. How'd that open house go? Oh, I can't go. I'm sick. Oh, surely you are.
18 times. That was 18 barfs into the toilet.
But had they had a vat of pierogies, Lima would have been there.
I think I'm down with something like this. If you guys want to go, I'll go. You got to remember this for 12 months. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to do it, but I'll go.
That's true.
I'm busy that day.
I had one final note.
Lima Likes.
Logan Ryan did the Browns game. I've never had so many people text me, who's calling the Browns game? Because it wasn't Archuleta.
This guy got beer thrown on him, right?
Right. Yeah. It was. It was Logan Ryan. And then when I saw Logan Ryan, I thought, wow, does not look or sound like Logan Ryan. That's it for Lima Likes.
All right, coming up at 8:20, Daryl Ryder going to join us on the show. Coming up next, well, we are on Stefanski watch, and it looks like it to some, but I don't think we should be calling Stefanski a scapegoat. Let me tell you why. Coming up in 5 on The Fan.
XTENDAV.com, Extend Technologies, where in the year 2026, we always talk about being ahead of the curve. We talk about being the pioneer of great technology. Well, who is better when it comes to state of the art than Extend Technologies? Just go to the showroom. Don't just take our word for it, even though we give our word every single day about our amazing setups, furnished and installed by the best of the best at Extend Technologies. Go see it for yourself. Go see the Dolby Atmos theater presentation. Go see their short throw projector. When you go in
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
All the Browns and NFL news you may have missed at work. The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. 92.3 The Fan.
So I don't think he should be called a scapegoat. Daryl called Kevin Stefanski a scapegoat. We have an eye on Berea right now. We know that Jimmy is in the building. Been in the building for over an hour now. Daryl Ryder will join us at 8:20 this morning, Browns beat reporter. All the news stations are in the parking lot, figuring out one way or another which one this is going to go. The term scapegoat has been brought up several times. You can't call 8-27 a scapegoat. Is it 8-27 or 26?
26.
6, yeah, 8-26, yeah. Over the last couple of years, the 27 comes in from the playoff loss a couple of years ago. But I mean, let's not split hairs here. 8-26 over the last couple of years. I just can't find that to be a scapegoat. I can't do it. I know that he's been a thought partner or a participant in this. Well, I don't know how much power he did have or he didn't have. But I'm not going to sit there and act like the head coach of the football team is completely powerless over everything that happens. I think it's been weird. I think it's been weird that a quote-unquote two-time coach of the year has been a guy who seemingly has had power taken away from him. It feels like. I question some of the decisions that are made above him. I question the trading of Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett and all the other things that maybe he wanted to do, considering that he knew that his job was probably going to be on the line this year. I also don't believe that he really wants to be here after this season. I think this season has taken a toll, considering all the storylines that have been put out there over this last month plus. I don't find him to be a scapegoat, though. And I know what Shadell said to him. And I know what Daryl has said about him. And yes, personally, do I like Kevin? Obviously, I couch it every single time. For that case, I like Andrew personally, too. And I don't think either one have done a very great job over the last couple of years. Even with the draft class that Andrew Berry has had. Because right now, you've had a draft class that's very nice. It's a very nice draft class. But I also look at it and go, it's probably too little too late. It might be the thing that saves Andrew Berry, it seems, because it doesn't look like Andrew's going anywhere. But when I look at the situation you're in, you don't have a lot of cap space, and you do have a lot of needs. And you need all the picks that you have to be able to hit as many as you possibly can. Can I count that you're going to have two really, really, really nice draft classes in a row? I can hope, but how many people out there really wish? So today is not a monumental day where we're just going to be so much better over time. Do I think that like a Mike Vrabel could make better decisions this year and we would have had a better record? Yeah, possibly, certainly. Do I think a better head coach would? Yes, certainly. Do I ask a lot of rhetorical questions of myself? Absolutely, clearly. But I do think that there are things here that just by firing Kevin Stefanski ain't going to fix a lot.
Just real quick, social media reactions. This is brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl just tweeted out Kevin Stefanski has arrived in Berea. He's expected to meet with the Haslams this morning. As you said, Haslams are there already.
Okay.
So. Yeah, there's video of Jimmy Haslam shot by one of the affiliates. I think it was WWS. They have footage of Jimmy wearing a T-shirt walking around
cold
the building.
Outside.
In the building. So I figured it'd be all professional today.
Wait.
He's got a suit there.
He does work out, so maybe he was warm. Because, you get warmed up by working out. But, boy, it's cold outside.
Morning pumping. Yeah, you got to.
Lord, if he walks around in a T-shirt, that's a man from the South. I can't believe that he's walking around in a T-shirt. I'm bundled up, and I was born here, and I will die here. Boy, oh my God. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, we could get news during the show today. So I would definitely keep it here. We don't typically get a lot of news, from the standpoint doing this show. We might have pretty big transformative news when it comes to the Cleveland Browns this morning.
But do you think that they're going to be a better football team if they move on from Kevin Stefanski? Do you think that they're going to be a better football team than they were yesterday?
No, I don't necessarily know that.
Me neither.
It's obviously going to be big time dependent on who they get. And this time around, there's no Sean Payton. Right now, as of today, there's no Sean Payton. There's no Vrabel, even Ben Johnson. Now, could some names come available? Are we on Harbaugh watch in Baltimore?
Well, if John Harbaugh were let go, I'd be out of here on the first thing smoking, try to get him over here. If we're making a change here, I would absolutely do that. Now, I know that he's not been tasked with a build before, but I also know that he's been a guy that has had to make several changes to keep up with the Joneses in the NFL, and has done so, and has done a very good job of doing so. Now, I got the list here. I will say John Harbaugh is not on that list, considering that I didn't think that John Harbaugh would be available when I made the list. I think the list was made on December 13th, if I'm not mistaken, for this list. So I have the list. I'll open it if they make this change coming up. Now, Daryl joins us, but I don't find that we're in an odd spot, because I would move on if I were the Browns. I don't think that Kevin wants to be here. I don't think that anybody can stomach going through another year of what we've just been through. We went through 1 year like it, and this year was almost exactly like it, with the exception of 2 nice wins at the end of the year to make people feel better. And even I got people complaining about that, which again shows me the lack of any faith in Andrew Berry. If we're this upset over a 5th or a 7th overall pick, what faith do you really have in your general manager? What faith? And you think about, and I've had a couple of people argue with me about it on social media, and I've tweeted back at a couple of them. I don't have time. But, I mean, if we're sitting here trying to absolve Andrew Berry of responsibility, then what the hell on earth are we doing here? Because there has been so much that you have to deal with this football team. And I can't say it all now, but eventually over time, yeah, there's going to be some things that are pretty sticky here coming out. And it ain't going to make anything look any better than what it already looks. And it don't look good. You're a 5-win team this year. You were a 3-win team last year. Kevin can't run from that, and I don't think he really is. Yeah, but I don't like that we're trying to make him out. And I'll speak against the media here a little bit. And I know Kenny going after him. I don't think he's the scapegoat we're painting him out to be. All right? I like the guy, but he's not completely a babe in the woods on this.
When he's had talent, he's had 2 teams. The second one miraculously
a lot of coaches
in the playoffs. No, that's all. But that's why I'm saying Andrew Berry to me is the bigger problem here. And so the fact that it looks, at least according to reports, that he's going to stay or get promoted, that's mind-boggling to me. I do not want him handling a coaching search. I do not want him,
I'd be more comfortable with him as a team president than a general manager. I don't think that he gets the guts of what it takes to get an actual locker room together. I think that there's been some things there that he's picked some guys who are good at measurables, who are jumping off the page at things that you would want out of a football player. But in terms of actually buying into a concept, I think that he's waned on that. And you don't disagree. You were taking a sip of coffee, but you don't disagree with me.
I mean, if he's just getting elevated to like a Paul DePodesta role, only he's going to do it from here. I mean, it's like, fine, whatever. But like the guys are going to be working for him and reporting to him. I don't understand how he has ascended to a spot. Where is the success to warrant that? Where is the keen eye of all things football?
I don't know.
I don't know. You have one, what looks to be like a pretty darn good draft, but in the end, it's not so life-shattering that it was responsible for, huge bounce-back season and wins.
Other than the only thing I can think of is that Andrew was brought in after Kevin. And possibly are they giving Andrew the chance to pick the head coach because they think that Kevin was that big of a problem. Now, we'll find out going into next year, but as a lot of people see it, depending on who's available out there, who's realistically available, what type of record are they going to have? And I'm not talking about Kenny when he talks on September 4th before the season starts next year. You know how I'll be, and you and everybody listening is going to have to knock me down because you know how I'm going to get. I already know me, and I know how stupid I can be at that time. But as of right now, you're a 5-6 win team again, which is not good. So if you're a 5-6 win team again, that's not a reason to hold on to him. I don't just want to do that going, well, we're already mad at one guy. He might as well take even more losses. No. It can be a better situation. But if you're just a 5 or a 6 win team in the future, we're not making any progress here. Now we are spinning our wheels. And guess what? There will be more after Andrew Berry going into next year. So if you make a change with Andrew Berry and we're sitting here in the same spot next year, how much worse are you going to feel that you've had even more of your time that's been wasted? The only thing I can take away from it is that everywhere else around the league, they say Kevin's great. Everywhere else around the league, including Philadelphia, including Howie Roseman, who has a sterling reputation, they say Andrew Berry's great. They may feel it's easier to replace a head coach than it is the general manager in this case, and they may have that faith in Andrew. I'm terrified of that, but that's the only thing I can read.
Part of the reason why I thought that like Josh McDaniels, to bring up a name from the past, didn't get hired in the last go-around was he came in and said all this needs to be gutted, right? He had basically come to them and said, here are all the issues I have with your current setup. And they didn't want that, right? They didn't necessarily want that. This time around, if there was a head coach that came to them and said that, would they be open to something like that? Would they be talked into? Could a new head coach, this is a dynamic I haven't heard really anybody bring up. Would they be open to that if a coach came in and said, no, this whole thing needs to be ripped apart? That could be something like a John Harbaugh might say.
Podesta was still here then. He's not here anymore.
He's not here.
You remember you heard that about Josh McDaniels when he interviewed, that he wanted total control and he wanted everything replaced. Now, it turns out they were probably right to not go in that direction.
Yeah, he has not been a good head coach.
However, you remember what Dan Campbell had said. Was it the Go Long interview with Ty Dunn? Was it Ty Dunn who had written it earlier this football season that Dan Campbell had interviewed? Now, Dan Campbell wasn't as well regarded, obviously, as he is right now, but Dan Campbell said they're going to predicate themselves on running. They're going to play tough AFC North football. Those are things that are music to a Browns fan's ear. And they have tried to run the football in the NFC North, certainly. They've had two good running backs been able to do that. But you've also had a report that the Browns didn't like that. So the Browns almost getting in their own way with DePodesta. Well, I can't use DePodesta as the boogeyman anymore. He's gone. Yeah. So now I look at Andrew Berry and I go, okay, he's actually got boots on the ground here, as like you said. Well, just because he has boots on the ground doesn't mean the situation's going to be even better. Now, I think Andrew's better at this than I would think Paul DePodesta is. How much better are we talking? Really, how much better? Because there is an emotional part of this where you can't be a basket case like me on the radio talking to you about it on Mondays after a loss. You can't be that way. I understand that. But you also have to know people and what makes them tick. And I think that is a blind spot for Andrew. And I think that's obviously been a blind spot for Kevin. 216-474-0092, the dangerous one, Darryl Ryder. Where's Kevin Stefanski going to be after this afternoon? We'll talk to Darryl about that in 5 on The Fan.
Anthony Lima for May.
And from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Just hearing you celebrate with your team in the locker room, seeing you, the Miles celebration all over you. Just how much do you want to continue on with this football team? And do you think that your job can be saved in these kinds of...
Respectfully, this game's not about me. I told you guys that. I'm proud of that group for fighting.
That's head coach Kevin Stefanski answering questions from Mary Kay Cabot yesterday about his future. They are both in Berea now, the owner and the head coach. The head coach walked in about 20 minutes ago. Daryl Ryder joins us live now on the phone. He's brought to you by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, guys.
All right, Daryl, what do you got for us?
Well, the meeting is underway between Kevin Stefanski and Browns ownership, so maybe we'll have some news here in a little bit.
All right, what's your gut feeling right now, bud?
They will make a change. I do not expect Kevin Stefanski will remain the head coach.
Do you agree with it?
Only if it is a wholesale change. I don't think it should be just Kevin Stefanski, but my understanding is Andrew Berry is safe, and the change will be Stefanski and not Berry.
Is there any chance that Andrew Berry is bumped up to a team president role?
I think that there might be a slight chance of that, but the last I heard is that they are, at this time, looking to keep the structure as is.
Do you think the last 2 weeks mean anything, or do you think the Browns had their minds made up well before that?
I think this decision was made 3-4 weeks ago when we first started getting the national reporting that Kevin Stefanski, should the Browns move on from him and he become available, that he would be a top candidate for teams looking for a head coach. And, those reports don't come out of nowhere. And so it really felt like the groundwork for this was laid weeks ago. Give Stefanski credit. He has been able to keep the main thing, and the football team finished the season strong. And I realize that's their job, but you guys, like myself, we've been through this before. We have seen many a season jump off the rails and go right into the ditch as far as drama and non-football related things. That did not happen this year. And I think that speaks to the professionalism of Stefanski, as well as the locker room, the players, right, and the rest of the coaching staff. The fact that they played well against Buffalo, lost a heartbreaker there, and then you come back and you finish the season with back-to-back wins over Pittsburgh and Cincinnati.
Daryl Ryder joining us on the show. Do you get the sense that he still wants to be here, Kevin?
I honestly feel like that this is going to be a situation where the feeling is going to be mutual. Kevin's been through a lot here, right? I mean, this is a really, really difficult place to be successful. It's a difficult place to win, the things that you have to deal with. I don't believe that every decision that has been made in the last 6 years regarding players playing were strictly Kevin Stefanski's decision. And that's why I'm so conflicted about what I expect to be taking place this morning, because, I just don't feel like this is all on Kevin.
Well, you've used the term scapegoat before. I don't. I'm not trying to start an argument with you. I'll start an argument with you on Friday. This is a serious day. I know you're over there, so I'm not going to try to start some goofy thing now with you. I don't. I think that there has to be. I don't think that Andrew should be absolved of the responsibility. And I know it feels like that way to some people, but I mean, 8-26. That's not good. And I looked at some of these situations. Like, man, you've been blown out 5-6 times this year. That's right. A lot of blowouts to have. And I know it's like, hey, they won their last 2 games. They're still playing for him. Are they really playing for him, or are they playing for each other? Are they playing for Miles? That type of thing, which would speak better to Miles' leadership maybe, but, that's where I'm at on it right now. But
well, I mean, look, I have said this to you many a times, Ken and Anthony. I can't defend the indefensible. And what has happened the last 2 years, just from an overall view, it's indefensible, right?
There are challenges, but that's the coach's job to work around those challenges. And atop that list has been the quarterback situation. It has been a complete catastrophe. And I do agree with you. Fine, if you're going to hold people accountable, then hold everybody accountable for the mess. And Andrew Berry is just as culpable for this mess that we have had to sit through the last 2 years as Kevin Stefanski is. He's not done well stocking the quarterback room. He's not done well stocking the offensive line room. He's been awful stocking the wide receiver room. And by the way, these are all areas the Browns have to address this offseason, and you're going to keep that guy in place to make those decisions. So, okay, you're going to make a coaching change, fine. I don't have a whole lot of confidence that the problems are going to get resolved in the manner they need to be resolved so that this team will be successful going forward because you're keeping the guy that bought the groceries. That's my whole point. I'm all for holding people accountable. And, yes, Kevin Stefanski is, takes a lot of the blame for 8 wins in 2 years, right? You look at the offensive rankings this year, which, by the way, is supposed to be his area of expertise. Offense finished ranked 30th, points per game 31st, yards per play 32nd, rushing the ball 27, passing the ball 31, first downs accrued 30th. That is just unconscionable in a league that is designed to rack up yards and score points, right? So yes, the defense, to maintain things, to stay the course and go into a 7th season as is, it's not real strong. But again, at the same time, I do feel like Kevin has been held to a different standard than the GM who's been in charge of the roster and, quite frankly, has not done a good job keeping this team competitive.
Well, do you think it matters at all? Like this celebration in the locker room yesterday, the fact that there was no quit in this team, despite obviously all the limitations offensively and all the poor quarterback play that pretty much spanned the entirety of the season. Will that be taken into account at all?
No. Like I said, I believe the decision is made. I believe we will find out shortly that the Browns will make a coaching change. So no, it ultimately it's not going to matter. And I think part of that celebration too is at least probably from Stefanski's end, because he's a smart guy. He has an understanding of the situation. Maybe a lot of that was relief, right? That it's now it's over, and he was able to he was able to go out on a positive note. I think that there's maybe something to be said for that, but the situation being what it is, it was good to see that this did not turn into a 3-ring circus in the last month of the season like we have seen so many times where we have had speculation about not only organizational future, but especially the future of the head coach.
Daryl Ryder joining us here on the show. So if they do make a move, what are qualities that you're looking for?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think Andrew Berry goes on borrowed time, and I don't know that you're going to have a long-term, unless they magically turn it around in 2026, which I have no expectation that they're going to do. I think that it's a short-term hire. I think we could be doing this a year from now. I think we could be doing this 2 years from now, except for everybody then goes, right? Andrew's going to get a second head coach. And so... Well,
technically, didn't Andrew got hired after, so wouldn't he be... Wouldn't this be his first, or how's that go?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it, but...
I don't mean to split hairs here, but I gotta...
Yeah, no, we are. I mean, we really are, because I kind of feel like that Kevin took the job with the knowledge that the plan was to bring Andrew back from Philadelphia, right? You don't take these jobs, you know what I mean? You don't take these jobs without having some sort of an idea of what the structure is going to look like, what your responsibilities are going to be, who the GM is going to, you know what I mean? Yes, and those things do take some time, or at least he had a short list and knew that Andrew was certainly going to be on that short list to handle the personnel side of things. But Andrew's going to have a second coach here, and if that doesn't work out, right, if the team does not perform, then I think we know how the movie ends. Andrew will be let go, and then the coach will likely also be let go, because it'd be interesting if they bring in a head coach, right, and then decide to make next year or in 2 years a front office change, but keep the head coach. Which, these are the Browns. You never rule anything out like that. But I do have some questions about the next coach coming in as far as life expectancy of said head coach.
Yeah, Daryl, we're talking to our Browns reporter, Daryl Ryder, right now, and we're waiting on news that could happen at any moment on the fate of Kevin Stefanski, and for that matter,
the meeting is ongoing right now, so that's why we're on, we're on red alert, as I like to say.
So would the existence of Andrew Berry in his role or an elevated role, do you think that could get in the way of them potentially bringing in somebody? Let's say a John Harbaugh becomes available after they were eliminated from the playoffs last night.
If he becomes, I got to pause you. If he becomes available, Jimmy needs to jump on the jet, fly to Baltimore, kidnap him, and bring him to Cleveland and be done with it.
Well, honestly, if he were available, see, this is why I got to tell you, Daryl, I don't think that Andrew Berry should just be given the all clear right off the rip.
I know they can,
because
you and I see eye to eye on
okay. Because if there was, what I'm saying is because I start to think about other people involved in the situation, and we could bog it down real quick. But when you bring up John Harbaugh, or when you bring up maybe one of these other super names that are out there, for crying out loud, would you be willing to do enough where they're like, hey, I'll come, but this guy's got to go? Well, then all of a sudden you have to go back on these things. So I don't think that there should be an all clear that is given today. Like, if they do move on from Kevin, and it seems that they probably will, if they do move on today from Kevin, then, well, Andrew Berry's just 100% safe. No, you don't know what's going to be out there here by the end of the day.
Yeah, and that, like I said, I mean, if Harbaugh does become available, he's got to go to the top.
Because that's the only way you can get a guy like Harbaugh, is if you get all the power.
Yep.
Absolute power, right. I mean, and we have had structures like that here. Go back to Eric Mangini. Now, Eric did a terrible job in bringing in George Kokinis to be his GM, and George, I think, lasted all of 6 minutes here, right? And then they started 0-11 his first year, won the final 4 games. Mike Holm, at the time, then owner Randy Lerner was so furious with how things were going. Remember, every little thing became a headline with Mangini because he never wanted to explain anything to anybody. And Randy became so furious about the circus-like atmosphere that was created because of that, he went and brought in Mike Holmgren. And Holmgren felt bad, didn't want to fire Eric after winning the final 4 games of that season. To finish, it was like 4-12, something like that, or 5-11. And so Holmgren ended up having to fire him after the second year. But if you want a guy like John Harbaugh, you're going to have to probably cede a lot of control to him and to allow him to run his program the way he wants to run it with the people that he wants to run it with. That's just how you get those guys. So now, that is completely opposite to how this organization has operated for the last 12, 13 years, right? That's not how it's gone here. And I don't know if ownership would be willing to even sign up for such an arrangement. But considering how things have gone since 2013, if you, and again, we're just speculating here, right? If that's what it takes to get a John Harbaugh, if he's available, I think you got to do it.
What'd you think of the whole Myles Garrett getting the sack record yesterday? Does it matter that it comes in Week 18 now that we know that he did it in so many fewer opportunities than his predecessors?
Yeah, I thought it was great. Nice little bow on the season there. Good for Myles. I know that was something that he had set his sights on his, when he came into the NFL and his, bucket list and whatnot, and it became a reality. And what I liked the most about it, Anthony, is that it was clean. Okay. It was a clean sack. There was the one time the Bengals left him one-on-one, and he took advantage of it, and he got to Joe Burrow in a blink of an eye, and it was clean. Burrow didn't take a dive. Okay. This wasn't a straight hand situation, right? It wasn't a scoring change in the press box after the play. It was nice and clean. And I know that folks want to put the asterisks on it because it took them 17 games to do it. But at the same time, the reality of the situation is Myles Garrett's the single-season sack record holder for the National Football League. And I thought Michael Strahan handled it really well yesterday on television for Fox.
Daryl, we thank you very much for the time. I'm sure you'll be talking to us on the station more and more and more. So thank you very much.
You bet, guys. Stay tuned. News coming any moment.
All right. Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Yeah, because I was trying to remember the situation. James Gladstone is the general manager down at Jacksonville. Who did he replace? Trent Baalke was who it was. Because Baalke was kind of well, he's still there. Well, is he going to be still there? And then to get Liam Cohen, they basically blew Baalke out of there, is what it was. So, yeah, as of today, Andrew is safe. I just don't think there should be given an all clear until we know who the next head coach is. Because it's exactly what Daryl just said. Do you want to do this again in a year? Do I want some lame duck coach from the very beginning, which is going to feel like a bizarre press conference? Because it's already going to feel like whoever you get is going to be behind the eight ball. You already got this set up. Guys, Shedeur didn't play that well on Sunday, right? Yesterday. I'm definitely open to giving him the beginning of 2026. You're definitely going to have a QB room. This is still a team that has cap issues. This is still a team that has talent evaluation issues. This is still a team that has talent acquisition issues, that they need to acquire more talent. We're not going to be mad at the next head coach next year? This is all set up to still be mad at whoever comes in next year if they don't win. And they probably aren't going to win a lot of games. 216-474-0092. It feels like we're only taking off half the Band-Aid. That and 5 on the Fan.
The 2020. At home to Detroit, 114-110. Donovan Mitchell had 30 points, but the Cavs had the 3-game winning streak snap. Cavs allowed the Pistons to score 47 points in the second quarter. Cavs had 5 players in double figures, but shot only
the Browns move on from him and he become available, that he would be a top candidate for teams looking for a head coach. And, you know, those reports don't come out of nowhere. And so it really felt like the groundwork for this was laid weeks ago. Give Stefanski credit. He has been able to keep the main thing, and the football team finished the season strong.
So we should know soon with what's going to happen with Kevin Stefanski, good, bad, ugly, whatever it may be. I think yesterday, it wasn't made yesterday. I think yesterday was a day for Myles Garrett. I think they were going to let Myles Garrett have the day. Because once you announce that if you were going to fire Kevin Stefanski, once you announce that Kevin Stefanski's gone, it becomes about your head coach and the job that's open. Miles's feat, while a major feat, becomes a footnote on the day. So Miles gets yesterday, and now today you do have to go about the business of what you're going to do for your football team. I think a lot of people are just the overwhelming amount of people seem to be with Daryl, with you, with me. Andrew should not be in a 100% safe situation here. Now, that doesn't make Kevin Stefanski out to be a scapegoat. Guys, I'm not defending, or neither can you defend, 8-26. But I can also look at some of the ingredients here and go, well, who's responsible for this? Who's responsible? Like I see Pete Prisco already saying on NFL on CBS that, he's already heard that Kevin Stefanski wasn't down with the trade for Deshaun Watson. Like, you're going to see more of this coming out now. I was just going to
say, I think we're actually, this is what it takes. You sometimes need guys to leave their job before you get the truth. And Kevin is not somebody, I don't think he's a woe is me guy, but I do think some truth is going to come out about who is responsible for the move that ultimately put them in this situation, which was the Watson deal and how it went down. I think if the minute Kevin is not the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, you finally will have somebody outside the building, because Paul DePodesta, we haven't heard anything.
Nope.
So what does that tell you? It tells you that Paul was probably, one of the guys that was responsible for that.
Yeah. So, and then he had the bizarre press conference that he had in Colorado, but that's neither here nor there. But going back to what Daryl said, I will continue to bring this up. Like, I have the list. Okay, how many of the guys on my... And you have your own... I don't know if you have your own list. I just decided to make something out of it, and I go, well, I might as well have some sort of craziness and fun with it, because this is about to be a horrific experience. Looking for coaches is almost as bad as looking for general managers. So talking about that is awful. But, you brought up the issue with John Harbaugh to Daryl. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What would it take to get John Harbaugh if John Harbaugh ended up being open? I don't think he's going to be let go. But if he were let go, what would you do to bring in John Harbaugh? Now, there might be some people who don't want him, but I think the vast majority of Browns fans would want that guy. Well, what if Andrew Berry came at the cost of John Harbaugh? You just get rid of Andrew Berry. Yeah,
which is why I got to say, let's pay attention here. Just because Andrew Berry might survive this in the meantime, let's see what happens. Now, I'll be a little annoyed if they just bring in some underwhelming coaching candidates.
Not a little.
That are going to be, to me, perceived as puppets of a failed regime leader.
You should be a lot annoyed.
That would make me very nervous.
No, we need to be a lot annoyed. We need to be, and damn it, if you really don't think, I don't mean to be mean-spirited towards a guy here, but if you really don't think that he's going to get this job done, that he's going to change things, I think we're going to have to be vociferous about whether or not we think that this guy's going to be able to do the job. Because I don't want to be here again next year. Daryl just laid out the worst possible ordeal for everybody involved in this. Yeah, you move on from Kevin Stefanski now. You bring in some guy that's low on the list of guys that people would really want to bring in. Fans aren't that excited about him. You go out there, you suck up the room next year. And by the way, and I know that there's plenty of Browns first fans listening. Let me give you the quarterback situation here. Don't you want somebody to give this guy a chance? Even if you think he sucks and you're annoyed by us even talking about him. Do you or do you not want somebody to give the most important position in the sport a chance? Instead of whatever Daryl was laying out there, not against Daryl, but the scenario that Daryl was laying out there.
What are you saying?
Instead of some guy who's just going to go with the flow, give me somebody who's going to get the most out of the players, get the most out of everybody. That's what I'm talking about.
They're all going to say the right things.
But are you going to? They'll say the right things, but it comes down to you're an independent thinker, way more than I want to give you credit for. Are you going to believe what they'll say when they say the right things? There's been plenty of times you haven't believed that.
This is going to be a crucial point in this process, because how these interviews normally work, because there's going to be other jobs open. So the Browns' job is not going to be the last job any of these candidates are ever going to be up for.
Exactly.
So this is not a situation where, unless we totally go with unqualified candidates and this is the only job, which that's a whole different ballgame and not a good one. But guys are going to be honest when they interview for this job. Like, Jimmy Haslam's going to sit in on these interviews. I'm guessing Andrew Berry would be sitting on these interviews. And Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel are going to come up. And Deshaun Watson. They're going to come up. And my guess is really good candidates for this job are going to pick these guys apart because there's a lot of flaws in all of them. This isn't Drake May, who had some issues too the year before when they only won 4 games. But this is not Drake. You do not have Drake May. You don't have Jaden Daniels. You don't have CJ Stroud, in this quarterback room. So you have to be open, Andrew Berry. You have to be open to if a coach comes in and says, I don't like any of these guys. Got to be open to that. That can't be a deal breaker. And that's going to be very important in this process.
If you're going to do it, you have to think another thought partner, and that's not a person that's just a pushover. You can't confuse thought partner and pushover, which is terrible, terrible, terrible from both terms, but that's a situation we're in. But going back from that and going back to last year's coaching searches is, I look at the Liam Cohen situation. I thought of that while we were talking to Daryl. Trent Baalke was safe. Well, in order to get Liam Cohen, they had to make a move because he didn't trust that guy. And they got rid of that guy so they could make a move. Like, you're going to have to look at what you want to do for the future of your franchise here. Because I can look at it and say, yeah, you do need a lot of players. And I can also look at it and go, well, you have some rookies there. Maybe Andrew did a good job with this rookie class and you don't trust him any further. Or maybe the new guy coming in doesn't trust him any further. Now, that flies right in the face of a lot of things that are said around NFL circles, which does annoy a lot of Browns fans where the results are not up there on the scoreboard and they haven't been for 2 years. But you still have people who are around the league saying, yeah, Kevin's great and Andrew's great, and if you move on from either or, both, whatever, you're crazy. That's gonna upset a lot of Browns fans to hear, but that's just the truth of what I'm giving you. So I think you still need to be open to anything. If you want to let go of Kevin, 8-26 is indefensible. But I'm not going to make him out to be a scapegoat. Fine. But that shouldn't just mean that Andrew Berry's just safe. Because what I'm looking at right here on this depth chart, this is bad stuff. This is bad stuff. I mean, you are another draft and multiple positions away from being a really competitive football team again. You've moved backwards. You have not done the proper thing to get yourself ready. And some of it you can say is bad luck. I don't care. Yeah, DeJuan Jones getting hurt is bad luck. I feel bad about that. But you don't get extra years just because of that bad luck. That's not how that works. Because then I just turn around and go, you drafted football players that can't stay on the field because of health or whatever reason. Second round has been a mess. You've had questions about all your offensive line stuff. You seem to have put together a good defensive line. You seem to have put together a very good defense. And the trade for Tyson Campbell with this defense with Jim Schwartz, A+, brother.
Yeah, look good.
A+. It ain't all terrible, but I don't think it's enough to go, yeah, 100%. This is you. I'm with you. We can move on from Kevin Stefanski. Not anywhere near. 216-474-0092. All right, we are keeping an eye on the news. We'll see whatever news comes out. Stay right here. We'll be the first ones to break it to you. 92.3 The Fan, 92.3thefan.com, the free Odyssey app, and live on YouTube Live. If you haven't already subscribed, subscribe. It's free. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
This is
Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Happy New Year, everybody, and a new year brings a new us, Baskin & Phelps, not only on 92.3 The Fan, weekdays from 10 to 2, but now on our YouTube channel live. You can watch us, listen to us, anything you need to do. It's Baskin & Phelps on the YouTube channel, and we come back on the most important Monday of the year, the first day after the NFL regular season. Baskin & Phelps, YouTube, and 92.3 The Fan.
Breaking Browns news, Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Breaking news on The Fan. Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Adam Schefter has got it now. Kevin Stefanski has been let go by the Cleveland Browns. Diana Rossini tweeting that Cleveland moves on from the two-time coach of the year who led the franchise to the playoffs twice in his tenure and the only team's only playoff win since 2000. Kevin Stefanski has been fired by the Cleveland Browns as of right now. So there you go. 216-474-0092. That's it, and that's all.
Right at 9 o'clock. They had their meeting?
And the meeting was, he knew this a month ago. This is all formality then, is how this kind of went.
So 6 years.
Well, it depends. If his shirt tail's all untucked and everything as he comes walking out, then maybe he didn't. Because you remember when Freddie got let go. It was like, some furniture just got destroyed in that building.
And obviously we have Daryl there in Berea, so if we're going to hear from anybody, I do wonder, we'll stay tuned on a press conference.
Schefter also adding Browns GM Andrew Berry will spearhead the search for Cleveland's next head coach.
Okay.
So it's a lot of what we had been hearing, obviously, over the last month as the leaks started to come out. Obviously, that's going to be the controversial part of it. Some people will be okay with that, with Berry still in charge. I wonder what the percentage breakdown is. I am not somebody who is thrilled with that because I think that has the potential to limit the strength of the type of candidate that he might put in place.
You bet your ass. Well, now hold on. Now let me think about this. By the way, when do you want me to open up the list? When do you want me to open it up? 9:20, 9:40.
Oh, you're going to do it today?
He just got let go. I said I'd open up the list when he gets let go. When do you want me to open up the list?
Okay. Well, it's tough because
9:20.
It's tough because
9:23. Open up the list.
He immediately is going to get interviewed. Well, obviously, if the reports are accurate, he immediately is going to get interviewed in New York.
So this
Atlanta. I keep seeing Atlanta from everybody.
But we'll have restrictions.
Atlanta sounds like a place.
We're going to have restrictions on who we can interview outside of Zooms. I think that's what has been laid out over the last few days, which, man, there would have been nobody better to do a Zoom interview than Paul DePodesta, and now he's gone, so you lose that.
The Browns have officially posted that they've relieved Kevin Stefanski of his duties. The Browns have made that. Just want to make sure that's real. That is absolutely real. The Browns have notified everybody that they are moving on from Kevin Stefanski. I'm sure we have an email sitting here somewhere. Not just yet. We will. All right, so the Browns are moving on from Kevin Stefanski. I want to go back to what you said. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because you and I are under the thought that not serious candidates would want this if Andrew Berry is the one searching for the next head coach. However, I can't say one thing. I can't just speak out of both sides of my mouth. I did say throughout NFL circles, and now we're getting the push button notifications. Throughout NFL circles, they believe that Andrew Berry is good. So if they believe Andrew Berry is good, then should this or should this not be a more attractive job than what we are making it out to be? I'm asking. It should be. Unless the rest of the NFL is just in on this ruse against us, which certainly Browns fans would believe at this point, considering how bad things have been over the last how many years. Unless we're just getting the wool pulled over our eyes by the rest of the NFL, then if Andrew Berry's as good as what the rest of the NFL tells us, then this list shouldn't even be good enough. There should be all types of different big names coming out here for this job, shouldn't there be?
It depends what's open, obviously. If Baltimore opens up, that
Jimmy Haslam speaking at 9:45. 9:45, Jimmy's speaking today. I apologize. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Obviously, if the Baltimore job opens up, that becomes grade A meat. If Pittsburgh opens up, that's an interesting one. They don't really have a quarterback. I'm guessing Rodgers would be out after this year, or even if he is back next year, he's obviously a shell of what he was. So it all depends. I've heard many make the argument that the Giants job is a more premium job because Jackson Dart, had a better year, and they'll have Malik Neighbors, and they have some rookies that they're really excited about too. But it's hard because this is going to be, in essence, an arranged marriage, most likely, right? This is going to be somebody coming in here having to work for Andrew Berry, and the type of person that would work for Andrew Berry and not want to install his own GM. You wonder how powerful a head coach that is, how powerful a leader that is.
You can't help it. So Kevin did, in the email here that was just handed to us from their statement that was just handed to us by the great Jeff Thomas, the Silver Style Award winner. Kevin did make a statement. You want to read that on the air? The other ones are there's one from D and Jimmy. Again, Jimmy will talk at 9:45. Andrew Berry will speak today at 12:30. 12:30. So keep it here on the Fan all day long. You're going to hear from everybody. The owner of the football team speaks at 9:45. Andrew Berry will speak at 12:30. We do have a statement.
Players in between that.
Players in between that as well at around 10:45. We do have a statement from Kevin. I'll read the one from Kevin here for everybody. Quote, after 6 seasons as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, I leave with an immense sense of gratitude. When I arrived in January 2020, this organization, this community, and Browns fans embraced me and my family with open arms. I cannot express properly in words how good we have been treated. A sincere, quote, thank you to everyone who I have been so blessed to work with, for, and with over these 6 seasons. I'd like to especially thank my coaching staff and the players who did everything that was ever asked of them. They fought through injury and adversity while always putting the team first, all caps, team first. I wish all of you nothing but success. So if the Browns turn this thing around, he'll say, congratulations on all your success. So this was a mutual parting of ways then. Have we ever had a statement from a head coach?
No, we don't typically get those right as it's happening. So obviously this is something that's been in the works. And you know what? Credit to them for not having this mar yesterday's Myles Garrett day.
Oh, there was no way they were going to do that.
I think that's at least a professional setup for once in Cleveland. It's nice to see that. Obviously, there's so far there has not been a ton of mudslinging, and there may not be if Stefanski just gets a head coaching job, in the next month. He's got new things to attend to. Obviously didn't hold him back if he gets a head coaching job, right? It's not like he can say, oh my God, the Browns ruined my career. That's stuff that Hugh Jackson, would say. And there have been some others. I don't think you have to worry about that when it comes to Kevin. It's a rare moment of kind of bizarre solidarity out the door. They win the last 2 games. They're hoisting guys up in true Rudy fashion. The locker room is going nuts. They never quit on Kevin. And just at the end, it's like, all right, that's the end. 6 years, went to the playoffs twice.
Yeah.
Gave Browns fans their most memorable moments. If you're under the age of 40, gave you the most memorable moments you've had in your football lifetime as far as the NFL is concerned. Unfortunately, though, at the end of 6 years, it was kind of nosediving. And there's a lot of reasons why that is. I think it has more to do with Andrew Berry and the players and the situation and all the constraints and the Watson move that went awry. And also, obviously, there's blame to go around with Kevin. Kevin was never able to access the gifts of Deshaun Watson. He was never able to build back up his confidence or find an offense for him. And then, the injuries after that, he became a shell of himself anyway. So, you gave him 2 rookie quarterbacks and then made him compete. And that just took reps away from both. It's kind of a self-sabotaging situation. That, to me, is on Andrew Berry. And so Andrew Berry can lead this search all he wants, but that doesn't necessarily have me brimming with optimism, from
question,
ear to ear on this setup.
And it's another question that we can't answer right now is, okay, Kevin's highly thought of around the NFL. Like it or not, he is. And it seems that he will, he probably... It seems to be that he might have his pick of the litter from what Schefter was saying yesterday and everything like that. If a guy who is well thought of the NFL wants to leave you, what's that say about the order of operations? I can't answer that right now. I don't think anyone can answer that right now. It's easy to say it's bleep. Well, we're going to find out here over the next several months. Nothing's certain right now. But as of right now, this looks like you're ripping off half the Band-Aid, is what you're doing. I don't know of any. I would say that the majority of fans, I would say 90% of Browns fans that we talk to, and I hope I'm wrong because he's staying. I think that 90% of the Browns fans we talk to do not have faith in Andrew Berry. And since they do not have faith in Andrew Berry, you can see how this thing is already playing out in fans' minds. I'm looking at this on social media. I'm seeing some of this stuff in my email now. you can see how this is playing out for a lot of people, that this could already be lame ducks situation here. So I don't know what names are going to be pulled out of here, but it doesn't seem like you're going to have the very best pick. And if Andrew Berry goes somewhere else and has success, and you're left holding the bag on this, hey, I still believe 6 years is a long run in the NFL. It's longer than what a lot of coaches go through. He ended up being a longer tenured coach than we realized there. There was some good time. I do think that it had come to its end. But if we're picking and choosing, we shouldn't have picked either side. If one goes, then they both should have went. But if we're picking and choosing, we're going to find out more here of whether or not we made the right decision as the Cleveland Browns, and whether or not it could have been Kevin stays and Andrew goes. Because there's a lot here that this next head coach, you're going to have to clean up. And I'm holding the depth chart right now, and it's like, oh gosh, there's a lot here that's just red ink on red ink on red ink. As great as the last draft was, it was a good draft. It's a good draft, damn good draft. But man, there's still a lot of things you got to do. And Luke Whippler can't stay healthy. He got hurt again yesterday. You ended up putting Zach Zinter at center. I mean, that's just the offensive line. We got 4 months to talk about this. Do you think that this was the right decision? I don't think it was the right decision because you only moved off for half of them. And I think it perpetuates more of the same mistakes that you've made in the past.
Yeah, right now, as of today, where they are without a head coach, but they're with the same evaluator and the guy overseeing, that this record over the last 2 years and them kind of bottoming out and having, the worst wide receiver room in the NFL, a disastrous situation at offensive line where there was no future planning, and then this 4 quarterback derby that started out the season. The fact that guy is still in charge. Now, to what extent? Right now, as of today, it looks like he's hanging on as a GM, but I'm going to keep a little bit of an open mind, Kenny, that roles can still kind of shift. We'll see the caliber of candidates that they start talking to for head coach.
Yeah, but I don't want you to turn it into wishful thinking, though, man.
Sure.
Don't do it.
But look, if it's just a bunch of young, inexperienced guys that, and that doesn't mean that those guys are bad coaches if they get hired. You obviously never know when it comes to this stuff. Who knew that, like, DeMeco Ryans would be, staring at a potential big-time playoff run. You just never really know with these things. But if it's a bunch of guys that they're only getting interviews with and only have a chance to hire because, well, it's an NFL job, it's one of 32, then I'll be alarmed. Then I'll be seriously alarmed. But I want to see how exhaustive this search is with other names that could open up. Like I said, if Harbaugh gets fired, Mike Tomlin gets let go. Let's see some of the names that they could be speaking to, because if they speak to those guys are not going to listen to Andrew Berry. They're not going to day one in the office have to be checking in with Andrew Berry on their decision making.
And Adam Schefter, I have to go back to this. When Adam Schefter, he did say that Andrew Berry is going to be spearheading the search for the next head coach, right? Now, Andrew has done things. I do think if he really wanted to, he could have went crazy and tried to go after a quarterback last year. They didn't do it. And so I could always said, hey, you still did. I could say your ideas were not good, but you did what you thought was in the best idea of the franchise. You did what you believed what was best for the franchise, not just best for your own job. So he has a track record of doing what he thinks is best for the franchise, not necessarily keeping his job. If you're Andrew Berry, you're looking for a guy who wants to replace you. So if you line up Owen Laudeman for a head coaching interview, and Owen sits across the desk for 8 hours, is like, that guy right there is the problem. Yeah, hire him. You going to do that?
Right. That's the inherent problem with this setup. Unless it is a situation where he's kind of moving out of those decision making. It might depend on who they hire. And Jimmy Haslam, today it might be Andrew Berry is safe and everything's good. That could still change over the next month. And I want people to understand that reality.
I understand
that these things could change. This could be very fluid, all dependent on who they could actually get.
But they made this announcement 14 minutes ago, and I don't think any Browns fan thinks that the Browns are better as of right now than they were yesterday. 216-474-0092. All right, I've talked about the list for over a month. I will open up the list. Coming up next, I want to get to your guys. Did we only go halfway with the Cleveland Browns? We'll hear from Jimmy Haslam, 9:45. The owner of the Browns will be speaking to the media. You'll hear it here on The Fan. We're back on the show. The computer died again. All right, let me go. Let me see if I can get to a couple of people here. You ready? Let me get to Ice in Cleveland. Hello.
Hey, good morning. How you doing, guys?
Ice, go ahead.
Happy to see Kevin gone. Not too sad. Would like to see our defensive coordinator get that position, or at least get.
It's already a Jim Schwartz. Okay, Ice.
Yeah. You got to, with this defense that he built and everything, you got to give him the chance, the opportunity first. I wouldn't mind seeing Gruden. I wouldn't mind seeing.
All right, Ice, I'm going to let you go because now we got the computer back, and we thank you very much for the call. I will tell you whether or not Jim Schwartz is on the list coming up in 5 on The Fan.
Men, trouble.
Pistons to score 47 points in the second quarter. Cavs with 5 players in double figures, but shot only 44% as a team. Listen to The Fan and Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
All right, Kevin Stefanski gone. Already had one call about Jim Schwartz. So I said I'd do it at 9:23. It's not 9:23 yet. I should stick to what I said.
Well, by the time the delay hits, you got 30 seconds.
All right, I got 30 seconds. Can I take one?
Better make it quick.
All
You're
right.
going to be past 9:23.
Did we make a mistake letting go of just Kevin Stefanski? Ryan in Louisville, Kentucky, quick, go.
What head coach is going to take this roster to the playoffs? Lou Brown is the only coach to ever take a group of this talented list players and go to the playoffs. We've got to get a wide receiver. We've got to get offensive line. We've got to get a quarterback. Andrew Berry can't do any of that. He is a colorblind man, and you're asking him to paint with watercolors. Get him out of here.
All right. Ryan in Louisville, Kentucky, very succinct. All right, here we go. I have the list. I told you I was going to open up the list. I had this list. I might have forgotten what names are on here. So, all right, list is opening up, as you can see in my impeccable handwriting. All right, Lima, you ready for my list of replacements? Here is the list of replacements, the official list of replacements. I'll read them off for everybody listening. All right, this is in no particular order, by the way. It says no order up there, right? And it says 12-13. Here we go. Number 1, Brian Flores. 44 years old, Vikings DC, former head coach.
One of the first names I brought up, too.
Yes. Number 2, Jesse Minter, 42 years old, Chargers defensive coordinator. All right. Number 3, Clint Kubiak, 38 years old, Broncos offensive coordinator. Also the first guy on this list who's actually younger than me. Number 4, this again, no particular order. I just wrote these down and I happen to have them listed. Next one is Jim Schwartz. He is on the list. 59 years old, Browns current defensive coordinator. At least up until yesterday. I don't know what the rest of the week's going to hold. Number 5, Joe Brady, 36 years old, Bills offensive coordinator. A lot of Bills fans probably say, we should get him off your hands. Okay. Number 6, probably a little bit because of his last name, Chris Shula. His grandfather's from here.
His name
Dad's
get
a
brought up
Dolphins fan.
too.
He's 39 years old. He's Rams DC. Just so we're all, you can't do this without coming up with names. So there's the list. That's what's written right there. Boom. There you go. YouTube. There it is. Those are the names. Now, if I were to rank them, well, let's go off this. If I go off of who I want Brian Flores. He is number 1. He was the first name I thought of. I like Brian Flores. I think you need a leader of men. I think you need a no BS type of guy. I think that he's the type of guy who will come in and tell you exactly what you need and exactly what you don't need. Would he come in too hot? Would he come in too powerful? Is this situation? Problem is, because he's already been a head coach before, you probably get one more look at it, and that's it. Is this a situation he wants to step into?
The problem and the thing that's going to come up, and it's going to be one of the first parts of that interview, is how he basically he got into it with his owner over time, and he kind of snitched. He snitched some private conversations and made them very public and then became part of a very big-time lawsuit with the NFL.
Is that a reason? To you as a fan, though, that's not a reason to not hire him.
No, what I'm wondering is Jimmy Haslam, he's open to all ideas, but
he's been around guys who have snitched before. I mean, Ray Horton. Who the hell was our GM? Ray Farmer. Ray Farmer had to spend a month off. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I do wonder if that Brian Flores, that might be a deal breaker. You know, some of those issues might be one.
I'm just telling you who I like. That's all I'm telling. I will tell you this.
Minter's name keeps getting brought up. I kind of see Minter like, in a way, Tommy Rees, like just not a lot of experience in the NFL.
No, but
and I know who his dad is and everything, but
let me throw this at you.
I'm just not seeing. Like, I feel like you should be able to get some candidates that have actually worked in the league for longer than like 4 years.
Let me ask you a question. Let's go with this differently here. Do you believe Jimmy Haslam's supposed to suck at 9:45 as well? We'll carry it here on the Fan.
Like, why do we have to be the learning ground and the training?
Well, this is it. Do you believe that we are headed towards a lame duck scenario?
Yeah, could be. Absolutely.
Okay. So if we could be headed, do you believe it's more likely than not we're heading towards a lame duck?
I do.
Okay, so if you believe it's more likely than not.
They are going to be favored to win maybe 4.5 games might be their win total to start the year.
Then let me rank which they got the over yesterday.
Yeah.
All you guys. Let me rank them then. If we're going on that, then Brian Flores is off my list. I wish under this exercise. If we're going towards a quote-unquote lame duck year where Andrew just picks the next guy or Andrew spearheads you know what? Why not give Jim Schwartz another whack at it? If I'm going to go closest to lame duck, I might as well have a guy who my fan base can get behind. I might as well have a guy. I think Jim Schwartz in so many ways coaches like a college coach, which means he's high energy, which means the guys respond to him and play to high energy. Almost to a fault when you had the 2 unsportsmanlike penalties yesterday for guys grabbing their junk as they cross the goal line. But Jim Schwartz is a guy that gets people to play emotionally. You ain't going to, guys, you're not going to win these games. You know how bad this team is set to be. You are not going to win anything by doing it cerebrally. If you want to do anything at all, guys are going to have to play emotionally and play for each other. Jim can get that out of people. Or if you really just want to and say, damn the torpedoes, and you have to have your offensive guy. Well, I mean, he's been rumored for every other job under the sun, and his name's not on here, but fine, I might as well add Tommy Rees to the list.
But
it's not a name I'd really want, so I'm not going to add him to the list.
I would be outraged if that's where this goes. I mean, I thought he was unqualified to begin with, and I'll be producing a chart coming up in a few minutes. But the offensive efficiency did not really improve with Tommy. They had more highs and lows, probably had more to do with Shedeur and the type of way that he plays the game. But you didn't get anything necessarily cleaned up once he took over. It didn't really help the team all that much. I know they won the last 2 games of the year, but their offensive numbers were bleak. They scored 1 offensive touchdown. Like, you'd be promoting that guy based on what?
I just keep reading his name in all these reports about all these tremendous jobs.
It's incredible.
Now, you poke holes in this, but I guarantee the general fan who might not be listening in Mobile, Alabama is going, well, I mean, he keeps getting mentioned for the Alabama job. If Kalen DeBoer leaves, or he keeps getting mentioned for Michigan, he keeps getting mentioned for this and that and the other. Like, now you poke holes in it, and rightfully so, and so do I, because you're right. You are absolutely right. But if we're just going to go lame duck, it's like, all right, you guys want your offensive guy. You have to have your offensive guy. Well, there's your offensive guy.
And Schwartz obviously has been a head coach. It's been a long time. Remember, he was fired in 2013. He did something that very few had been able to do. He took the Lions to the playoffs. That was Matt Stafford's only playoffs before going to the Rams, right? But 29-51, it didn't go well. But that was so long ago. I almost wonder if when that many years elapse,
and then he won a Super Bowl as a DC with the Eagles.
Right, seems like
and he turned the Titans defense into a AFC title defense.
And then our defense.
Yes.
So I almost think that you can almost throw out his failure as head coach because it was that long ago. It'd be one thing if this were a few years ago. He's obviously, in his coaching life, has come a long way, and I'm sure he would come to an interview with a lot of lessons learned from those failures and probably be pretty good at explaining away how it's going to be different this time.
Now, part of this is that I want a leader of men. This is why Brian Flores is at the top of my list. I mean, if I had to rank these guys, how I'd want them. Brian, I'd probably have to say Jim number 2. And then
Kubiak is getting a lot of love, but
isn't he kind of quiet though?
I almost wonder, especially if they make a deep run.
The same guy as Kevin.
You're also a guy.
Well,
you got these guys who are coming from this lineage now.
Mm-hmm. But so many guys in the league.
Yeah, that's what happens.
How many
good coaches create good coaches,
you're right about that because
they it out. Right?
Like Charlie Weiss's son grew up in it, and here you got that going on with Ole Miss and LSU. I get that, but it's like, Kubiak. What would Gary Kubiak say about the Browns situation right now? You're gonna if you're close. I don't know what their father-son situation is, but if you're any bit close with your father, and you're in the same business, you're gonna listen to your dad. Mm-hmm. And if Gary Kubiak doesn't think much of the Browns job, that's it. You're 38 years old, son. You're younger in this business. You have options. Same thing with Chris Shula. Now there's Dave and Mike. Which one's which? Well,
they better figure that out. The interview process.
Well, they will bring in a Maury Povich style envelope to figure out who the father is.
That was so funny. I almost passed out right there laughing.
But we got a lot of time. Yeah, here's the thing. If Clint Kubiak, if they make a deep run, I mean, you're going to be waiting a long time. I know there are the stages, right, that you can talk to these guys.
Yeah, so there you go. There you go. Are any of these just stupid to you?
The Minter thing.
I just want to clear up something very important right now. Chris is the son of Dave Shula.
All right.
His uncle is Mike.
Dave was the coach was that the Bengals?
Correct.
Oh, boy.
You have won
different strokes.
You have won the first edition of Know Your Shula.
And did any of them go to John Carroll?
I think they all went to John
Might
Carroll.
they be applying for the John Carroll opening?
The stadium is named after the grandfather, for crying out loud.
Chris went to Miami.
He went to Miami. I think I knew that. Well, he's not from...
He's from St. Thomas Aquinas.
Down in Florida. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, he's not from this area. Well, then if he's not from here, then to hell with it. I mean, we need a local guy, right?
And it won't be Josh McDaniels this time. I guarantee you that.
Back.
Unless the Patriots go on to win the Super Bowl and him as the play caller.
Oh, they'll have their decision made by that time. So there you go. There's the. Do you have a name in your clubhouse right now?
Honestly, Brian Flores has been my number one throughout. Okay. But he's controversial. Like he is not the slam dunk that, like we said, Sean Payton, Mike Vrabel. I thought those guys were going to be slam dunks. And obviously, let's see. John Harbaugh is available. I don't think he would take the Browns job, but that's the guy. I'm throwing everything at him. I'm allowing him to make every decision. If he doesn't want Andrew Berry in the building the moment he walks into the building, then you have to grant that. It would be all systems go. They've got a very robust analytical group in Baltimore as well. I'm sure he would bring his guys along with him. So that would be one to pay attention to.
All right, so we got the owner of the Cleveland Browns, Jimmy Haslam, speaking at 9:45. So we'll have to take a break a couple of minutes early here. Also at 10:45, there will be open locker rooms. So you'll hear, I don't know if you'll hear it live, but you'll hear quotes from players as they clean out their lockers. We've already had family members of players tweeting already. Andrew Berry will speak to the media at 12:30 today, 12:30 p.m. today. Andrew Berry will speak to the media. So Jimmy Haslam coming up here in just over 10 minutes, and then Andrew Berry will speak to the media coming up at 12:30. So there's nowhere else you need to be than right here, right now. 92.3 The Fan, 92.3thefan.com. Also available on YouTube Live, where you could, if you're watching on YouTube Live, you could have seen the head coaching list that I have. I finally unveiled the list. There we go. So Kevin Stefanski out as Browns head coach. More to come with the owner of your Cleveland Browns, Jimmy Haslam, 9:45 on The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the
30 points, but the Cavs had their 3-game winning streak snapped. The Cavs allowed the Pistons to score 47 points in the second quarter. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during the offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
So Kevin Stefanski relieved of his duties. In about 4 minutes, we should hear from the owner of the Cleveland Browns, Jimmy Haslam. So we might just have to jump right out of here and to Jimmy and the assembled press in Berea. Also, 12:30 today, Andrew Berry will be speaking to the media. They are retaining Andrew Berry as of right now. There's no as of right now there. They say he's going to be spearheading the situation. So this is what it's going to come down to, folks, is if we've been hearing about Kevin Stefanski and how great he is by NFL insiders for the last 2 years, while people have wanted his job over the last 2 years. Well, you finally got his job. And there's no defense of 8-26. There is none. So I'm not calling him a scapegoat. Like, I've had several people, you guys just love Kevin. Yeah, I like Andrew too, personally, but I don't think he's done a tremendous job here. Not by a long shot. If you have these guys that all line up and say great things about Stefanski, you have just about the same amount of people in the NFL lining up and saying the same thing about Andrew Berry. Now, we're going to find out the quality of candidates here, whether or not that's true or whether or not this is just a big ruse. Because if you say, well, the roster isn't that good, who's in charge of putting together the roster? Who's in charge of putting together the roster? So, one hand's going to have to wash the other here. So if the rest of the NFL, well, Andrew's in this great spot. He's this good guy. I'm telling you, well, he's a good guy, but he's this good thinker. He's this good football man. Going to be a good job. Well, then we should have a lot of good candidates ready to want to take over this job. We don't necessarily know our quarterback situation yet. Shador's been bad to pretty decent, pretty good in some. I mean, the one game against Tennessee, I thought he was good. But he's been a developmental quarterback. You have Deshaun Watson and a $46 million albatross hanging around your neck that you're just going to have to go into next season. What are you going to be able to do for the next season after that? So if it becomes either point A, where Andrew Berry is as highly regarded as what the rest of the NFL tells us, then we should be able to get the Brian Floreses that I like or whoever you may like. If we're just going to go through Daryl has painted a very bleak picture. If we're going to go down that route, and I can't say he's wrong because I think a lot of you agree with him, and I happen to see probably the same way you guys do, because not only do we not have a lot of cap space, we don't have a lot of talent. We have a ton of draft picks, but we don't have a lot of faith in the guy making the picks, even though the last draft was good. And as somebody cited, like, oh, you guys don't like Andrew Berry, what about this last draft? Yeah, go see the 5 others. Oh, and the trade for Deshaun Watson that he spearheaded. So if I have all that, and we're just going to go through a quote-unquote lame duck, I want my best chance to get out of lame duck scenario. And I want my best candidate for getting out of lame duck scenario. My best candidate for getting out of lame duck territory would probably be Jim Schwartz. He's a guy that's passionate. He's a guy that guys clearly play for in the face of adversity. They play their asses off for each other and for him. Can he get the entire team to play that way? And you mentioned it. Well, he's good with a defense. Is he good with an entire team? I'm willing to give him a second look at it. I'm willing to try. Knowing he's 59 years old, about to be 60, if this is going to be a long-term scenario, then I might as well take my best chance at it. So I do think his name should be on the list.
But it is interesting, like their record over the last 2 years, just 9 wins over the last 2 years. Teams like that don't get the stability that we would be talking about if they kept Andrew Berry and just elevated the DC and made him the head coach. That's a team that only won 9 games the last 2 years.
And it's another
eight games, and it's another form of stability.
If they won 9 games, they might still be here.
Yeah.
You don't know. 216-474-0092. Check that messenger real quick. So, guys, I'd love to go to the call. Stay there. We'll try to get to you guys as soon as we can.
We're in a holding pattern.
We are in a holding pattern right now. As the owner will speak. He's slotted for 9:45. He could be speaking in 20 seconds. He could be speaking in 20 minutes. So we don't know. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern right now. So that's my scenario for all this right now. Is that there are plenty of guys here that I'm not out. There's very few names that I'm just like no on. The Tommy Rees thing, I kind of made a joke. You're definitely against that. I tend to be against it as well. there's plenty of names there that I'm just not down with. As far as Kevin is concerned, I'll just say it again, is that it's not a bitterness that it didn't work out with Kevin. These guys are hired to be fired. It was a pretty good 6 years. It sure as hell could have been a lot better. It should have been a lot better. There were decisions made during those 6 years I wish they could have gone back and rethought. A couple of them I was wrong on. One of them I was extremely right about. I don't know how great the future is for this franchise because you have put yourself in a position now where you have to hit on all these picks. And when I compare them, and I got to go back and I got to look at the cap space and all the picks and all the other things. As of right now, if there is the Giants, the Titans, the Falcons that are open with you, and Browns, where do you rank in that? Giants, Titans, Falcons, you. What's the ranking? Where are you at on those jobs? Are you fourth? Are you ahead of the Titans? They have Cam Ward. Now, I don't know how much Cam Ward's shown for everybody. I don't know how many people are watching the Titans week in and week out. I think he has shown some good things, but I also think he's playing with a lot going against him down there.
Yeah, the Giants one is the interesting one to me if you're a big believer in Jackson Dart. And he gave people a lot of reasons to believe in him and then also played recklessly. And, a lot of this is quarterback driven. And I can tell you right now, there's going to be a bunch of coaching candidates that do not like Shedeur Sanders. They're going to look at the numbers, the analytics, they're going to see his film, and maybe some of the lack of progress.
Here's Jimmy Haslam speaking to the media now.
Statement. He's going to take a few questions.
Okay, never mind. We are getting to Jimmy here very, very shortly here. Very shortly.
But I do think there will be...
Here's Jimmy. Here's Jimmy. Go ahead.
Here's Jimmy. Decisions, particularly with people at the top of an organization, are always difficult. And I can tell you, having made a lot of these over the years, that this was as difficult as any we've ever had to make because of the quality of the person involved. Organized, worked hard, navigated our ship for 6 years through the inevitable ups and downs that we face in the NFL. Outstanding father and husband. And I think even you all who are around a lot probably underappreciate how much time we all spend together. And there's nothing more fun than winning an NFL game like we did the last 2 weeks, beating our arch rival, the Steelers, 2 weeks ago, and then winning yesterday on the last play of the game and seeing the joy in the locker room. And there's nothing more distasteful than losing an NFL game. And it's finite. You either win or you lose. And Kevin did a lot of good things here over his time period with us. It was an extremely difficult decision we made. And I shouldn't say I have no doubt, I would be highly optimistic that Kevin will be a head coach again in the league. Now I want to turn our attention and talk to our fans, okay? And I want you to hear this, okay? First of all, ownership takes full responsibility for where we are. To win 8 games in 2 years is horrible. It's totally unacceptable, okay? And it's not going to continue, okay? And I want the fans to know we are as frustrated as you are, and we hear a lot from our fans, which we actually appreciate. We have great fans. They're extremely passionate, and they deserve better than what they've gotten the last 2 years, okay? No, I don't need to say anything else. We are going to give you a better product. Our sole goal here is to be a consistent winner, not make the playoffs in 20 and then make it again in 23, not win 8 games in 2 years. That's not what we're trying to do. That's not acceptable. Our fans deserve better. We'll start the head coach search literally this afternoon. Andrew Berry will lead that effort. Key members of his organization as well as ownership will be involved in the process. You all have been through these processes before, and I think we have a good plan laid out. I want to comment on Andrew because I know there's questions out there. Well, why didn't you change both of them, or why didn't you change Andrew and not Kevin? And I would say this: I think Andrew, over the last year, has done a very good job. And I want to go through that because I think it's important to talk about the moves he made to strengthen our team, okay? I think it began with what I would call a very efficient free agency. We added one player, and that player made a substantial difference in our football team, and that was Malik Collins. And Malik is not only a really good player, he's a really good person who is a leader on our defense, a leader in the defensive line room. Andrew negotiated a trade a week or two before the draft started, in which we added 3 draft picks, 2 last year, a second and a fourth or a fifth, and a first this year, okay? Then I think we had one of the better drafts that we've ever had. I think we added 4 really good football players who were either first team all-rookie or second team all-rookie, and I think Carson has a really good chance to be the NFL Rookie of the Year, defensive Rookie of the Year. I think what's important to understand about our rookies, though, and you all see them, you all know them, they're not only really good players, they're really good people. And they will be the cornerstone with which we'll build and grow and develop this winning team. But I think it would be short-sighted to not just look at free agency, not just look at the draft, but also to look at a couple of other moves Andrew made. We have struggled to have a consistent place kicker here really the whole time we've earned the team. And I guess the way we started this year, you'd say, looks like you're continuing to struggle. Our grandsons were at the game, and we were coming back to Cleveland last night, and I said, Andre Schmidt is a great lesson of when you fail, pick yourself up, persevere, and good things will happen. And the signing of Andre and bringing him on, holding with him that first week when everybody was saying you need to cut him, you need a new kicker, I think we've hopefully solved our place kicking woes for a long time. Quality person, the team believes in him, and we're glad to have him. And then lastly, I think something that's underappreciated was the Tyson Campbell trade. Tyson is, here again, a really good player and a really good person. And I think all you need to know about Tyson is he has been playing with a bad shoulder for several weeks. We were unsure if he's going to play, got hurt in the first half. He went in, got treatment, came back and tried to play in the second half of a game where we were trying to win our 5th game. It wasn't like we were trying to make the playoffs. I think this year we not only added, and I'm repeating myself on purpose, really good players, but also really good people. And I think that core that Andrew has put together this year will help move us forward. We hope to have similar results this coming year.
We'll take a couple questions.
Yeah, let me just say this. One thing, Peter. The next 120 days are crucial for the organization, okay? We've got to find the right head coach. We've got to be efficient again in free agency. We have 10 draft picks, including 2 number ones. We have 4 picks in the top 3 rounds, okay? And we've got to get really good players who are really good people again. We've got to be optimistic if trade opportunities come along. We are solely focused on having a great 120 days so we can start winning games around here. All right, I'll take questions.
Jimmy, did Kevin have any chance when he came in this morning to save his job based on the fact that he's had some really challenging quarterback situations, especially this year?
I don't think those decisions are made over. I think those decisions tend to be made over a period of time, and I'll leave the conversations we had with Kevin between us because I think he deserves that respect.
Will Jim Schwartz be a candidate for the head coach?
We haven't looked at that yet. I would say this: we think a lot of Jim Schwartz.
Jimmy, less than 6 months ago, you gave Kevin Stefanski and Andrew very big shows of support. You said that you need to rebuild the foundation of the team. You also said that you would give Kevin the opportunity to work with a quarterback. Obviously, 5 wins might not, in your eyes, wasn't good enough. But what was the breaking point, especially given your comments?
I don't think there was one breaking point. I think you got to look at the body of work, and sometimes it's just time for a change. So we felt like it was time for a change.
Did you think the roster was good enough to win more games this year?
It's easy for me to say yes. I think it was good enough to win more games.
What feedback did you get from players when you talked to them about Kevin, and how much did you weigh that into any decision?
We take into account a broad array of comments, thoughts, data, etc. when making a decision like this.
Jimmy, how much do you think, to use your words, the swing and miss on Deshaun Watson affected Kevin's ability to win, and the way the offensive line and wide receivers were sort of neglected over the last 6 years?
I don't think we need to cover it again. I said it. When you trade for a player, and you give up 3 number 1s and 2 number 3s, that really depletes your ability to raise the roster. So did it have impact? Yes.
Jimmy, do you think the alignment between Garrett and Stefanski suffered this year?
No,
the coach said he didn't know that you were trading Joe Flacco. How does that happen?
Let me say this, and some of you said this is a dysfunctional building. I take huge exception to that. The two of them work just like this, okay? And they talk all the time. Their offices are basically next door to each other. I mean, is there tension in the building? Of course. I mean, this is a hard business, and there's lots of stuff going on. But the two of them work together extremely well, extremely well.
Why would the head coach be surprised that it started?
I can't comment on that one thing, Tony, but if anybody says this is dysfunctional or those two of them did not work well, that's dead wrong.
Do you feel like this organization is close enough that next year to be able to turn it around, or how far out?
Well, let's see what happens over the next 120 days, okay? There are a lot of examples of teams going from last to first in the NFL. So do I think we have the core of a team? Yes. Do we have work to do in rebuilding the roster? Absolutely.
We're going to go 2 more. The quarterback of the future.
I'm not going to get into specifics. We have a lot of work to do on the roster, particularly on the offensive side of the roster.
What are you looking Scott, and then Mary Kay.
What are you looking for in the next coach?
I think it's a really good question. The leadership required out of a head coach in the NFL, it's one of the tougher leadership jobs I've ever seen. So they've got to be a good leader. I think they've got to be smart in terms of IQ, EQ, and football acumen. And obviously they're going to bring expertise on one side of the ball. We do not have bias on whether they should be from the offense or the defense.
Good?
Good. Thanks.
All right, that's owner Jimmy Haslam with the assembled media. Your thoughts on that real quick? I thought that it was very strong, tough-talking Jimmy right there when it came to the type of season that they had. There's still a lot of things that we're going to have to get figured out here over the next couple of days here on whether or not, who was in charge of what, who made what decision. The Joe Flacco stuff is up in the air. He does think that this could have been a much better football team than what they were. So he felt that you see what it is. He felt that they had not been playing for Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
So I think that over the last couple of weeks, it wasn't as much as where they were playing for Kevin as I think they were playing for each other and maybe playing for Miles to some level.
Yeah,
which might say more about Miles' leadership there.
It was interesting how in-depth he wanted to go about free agency and the good moves Andrew Berry made because he knew that he had to justify that to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
But notice he didn't really talk much about quarterbacks. He didn't talk much about offensive line. And obviously, that's the big hole that they're in right now because obviously jury's way out on Shedeur and Dillon. And your offensive line, your GM has not done a good job at all. He's done one of the worst jobs in the league replenishing an offensive line that you knew the ages of these guys. You knew the health situation of those guys. And now to have that cupboard completely empty and depleted. Notice Jimmy Haslam didn't have anything to say about that O-line, which is going to be probably that in quarterback, the biggest obstacle in determining whether or not, this next head coach is going to have any success here.
Well, the architect of your offense and defense, your roster, Andrew Berry, will speak to the media at 12:30 this afternoon. We'll cover it right here. We'll carry it for you right here on the Fan Live. Big thanks to Daryl. We're back tomorrow, 6 to 10. For Big Country, for Jeff, for Meredith, for the Slippery Wizard, Anthony Lima, I'm Ken Carman. Try to have a wonderful day, my friends. Take care.
Sitting here talking sports much as I can.
Sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got